Chapter 238. Of course, Zhu Yun, who was standing in front of Yan Chutian, was also deeply shocked. Listening to the murmurs around him, and feeling the shocked gazes that were converging on him, Zhu Yun's heart was in turmoil. He was not deaf, so he could naturally hear what the geniuses around him, as well as the upper echelons of the forces, were discussing. However, it was precisely because he knew that he found it hard to believe. Yan Chutian actually defeated the Quasi-Dao disciple from the main branch of the Divine Heavens sect? But how was that possible? Even if Zhu Yun had never come into contact with the Quasi-Dao disciple from the Divine Heavens sect, he could roughly guess that he definitely had the strength of a level 6 elixir. Yan Chutian, who was right in front of him, was only at the peak of level 3 elixir. How could he possibly defeat a level 6 elixir cultivator? However, Zhu Yun, who was thinking about this, suddenly remembered Yan Chutian's ability to fight above his level. If he also used that ability, the seemingly impossible situation would no longer be impossible. Hence, Zhu Yun stared closely at Yan Chutian in front of him. After a while, he finally asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. You really defeated the Quasi-Dao disciple from the Divine Heavens sect? Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately nodded lightly. He was the one who defeated Li Tianyi. Whether or not he was the Quasi-Dao disciple of the Divine Heavens sect, even if he was a so-called genius from a first-rate force or even the 5 major regions, there was nothing that he would not dare to admit. However, Yan Chutian himself was calm and collected, but he did not know that he had shocked the upper echelons of the various forces. Even though they were all insignificant juniors in their eyes, there was no doubt that Yan Chu's name had entered their sights. Yan Chu, the disciple of the Divine Heavens sect, actually defeated the Quasi-Dao disciple of the Divine Heavens sect? Unbelievable. Look at his cultivation, it's clearly level 3 elixir. If his cultivation was similar, he could be considered a dark horse. However, a mere level 3 elixir cultivator can actually defeat a genius who is close to level 6 elixir. This is really... What kind of little monster has appeared in the Heavenly Fate sect? All kinds of shocked words came from all directions. Just as they said, if Yan Chutian also had a level 5 elixir cultivation, then the upper echelons of these powers would not be so shocked. However, the crux of the problem was that everyone could clearly see Yan Chutian's cultivation level. He was clearly only at level 3 elixir. How could a 3rd level primal core cultivator defeat a 6th level primal core cultivator? How could they not be shocked? Among the intense reactions, the higher-ups of the Divine Heavens sect had the worst expressions, even though almost all of their disciples had successfully advanced. But it was this stain that covered all of the light. At this time, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect, who was also Li Tianyi's elder, really wanted to kill Yan Chutian immediately to appease the anger in his heart. However, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect knew that he could not do so. There were so many pairs of eyes watching. If he did so, then he would really lose face. Therefore, he could only restrain all his anger, wave his sleeves angrily, and leave with his team. Of course, when he left, he did not forget to take a few deep looks at Yan Chutian, completely imprinting this face in the depths of his heart. Seeing the reaction of the Divine Heavens sect, without needing to verify, everyone knew that the spreading news was not false, but true. Otherwise, the Divine Heavens sect would not have left in such a flustered and exasperated manner instead of enjoying the compliments of the crowd. Although the news was confirmed, it made Zhu Yun feel that they had vaguely offended a huge power. However, compared to that, Yan Chutian's performance surprised him even more. It also made him feel proud and elated as he looked at the elder of the Hunyuan sect who had previously mocked him. At this time, the elder of the Hunyuan sect naturally could only avoid Zhu Yun's gaze. Because compared to the Heavenly Fate sect, the results obtained by the Hunyuan sect's disciples were not worth mentioning, but he had previously mocked them. Now it seemed that he had taken the initiative to poke his face out and let the other party slap him. Seeing that the other party dodged in shame, Zhu Yun felt even more comfortable. Then, he patted Yan Chutian's shoulder heavily and did not hide the surprise in his words. Well, not bad, not bad. Then he also looked at Qiu Yu and Luo Shui with the same joyful eyes, very satisfied. After that, Zhu Yun naturally left with a few people with his head held high. At the same time, he thought in his heart, it seems that the rise of the southern region in the sect is already unstoppable. Returning to the hotel in the myriad star city, Yan Chutian quickly sat cross-legged in the guest room and began to cultivate. Although there were twists and turns in the test before this, overall, he still gained a lot. In particular, his current cultivation was close to the 4th level of elixir. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, he could take advantage of the opportunity to break through. However, although it was good to rapidly improve his cultivation, he still had to continue to consolidate it. Only with a solid foundation could he become stronger and even be able to fight against those of a higher level. Therefore, after sitting in a lotus position until night fell, Yan Chutian finally opened his eyes. The reason he opened his eyes was because he sensed that there were already 3 auras in the outside world. Dong, dong, soft knocks immediately arose. After Yan Chutian answered, 3 silhouettes pushed open the door and entered. These 3 silhouettes were Zhu Yun, Luo Shui, and Qiu Yu. Until now, Zhu Yun still could not stop the smile on his face. Because the 3 disciples beside him all received the right to participate in the Heaven's favorite event. Even though the test before this Heaven's favorite event was suddenly set up, Zhu Yun could still think logically. If this was in the past, the Tianzi sect would have at least 2 or even 1 out. How could there be 3? Not to mention, Yan Chutian's performance this time was so eye-catching. Vice sect leader, Yan Chutian slightly bowed, but seeing this, Zhu Yun immediately removed his courtesy. At the same time, he gestured for the 2 women to sit in the guest room and immediately said happily, "There's no need to say anything else. This time, the 3 of you have really revitalized the reputation of our Tianzi sect. We must reward you." While laughing, Zhu Yun had already taken out 3 jade bottles from his sleeve and placed them in front of the 3 of them. This is the spirit elixir. I don't need to explain its effects. You should know its effects. Spirit elixir? Yan Chutian's eyes lit up. This spirit elixir was indeed a good thing for him now. Not only could it consolidate his foundation, it could also increase his cultivation. It was rare. This is all I have on me for now, so I can only give you this. However, once you return to the sect, I will definitely give you more rewards. In fact, if you can continue to display your talents in the upcoming Heaven's favorite event, then you will receive even more rewards. Thank you, Vice Sect Leader. The 3 of them thanked him at the same time. However, while thanking him, Yan Chutian did not forget to ask, then, Vice Sect Leader, about the matter between the southern and northern regions of the Tianzi sect. When Yan Chutian mentioned this matter, Luo Shui's beautiful eyes also moved as she stared at Zhu Yun's expression. Seeing this, Zhu Yun seemed to have expected it. He smiled and said, "I knew you would mention this matter. The outstanding performance of the 3 of you has already been sent back to the sect together with the 3 disciples. The northern region can no longer suppress the southern region with their disciples. Even the sect leader may come out to rectify the southern region's reputation. I think you should be satisfied with this, right?" "Thank you, Vice Sect Leader." The 3 of them bowed and thanked him again, especially Luo Shui. Her usually cold face seemed to be filled with surprise for the first time. The southern region was the place where she grew up, and it was also the place where her master had always protected. Now that she could finally rise from the oppression, how could she not be happy? On the other hand, Yan Chutian could have ignored it. After all, he could have returned to the heaven realm through the Heaven's Pride event. However, that Han Chern could be considered to have helped the 2 of them, so he also wanted to repay him. When this news reached the Tianji sect, he should be so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, right? After telling the three of them the news and praising them, Zhu Yun left. After that, Luo Shui also left. Only Yan Shutian and Qiu Yu were left in the guest room. With only himself and Qiu Yu left, Yan Shutian naturally relaxed a lot. He gently let out a breath and then slowly said, "Next, there is only one last hurdle before the stairway to heaven, and that is the Heaven's Pride event." Hearing this, Qiu Yu nodded lightly. The stairway to heaven was most likely the passage back to the heaven realm. Therefore, as long as they could get into the top 10 in the Heaven's Pride event, they had a high chance of returning to the heaven realm. Divine Region. Chapter 239. Accompanied by a crisp dragging sound, a white jade bottle that was less than half a foot long appeared in front of Yan Chutian. When Yan Chutian raised his head in confusion, he happened to meet Qiu Yu's smiling gaze. "Here, spirit elixir." This is, even though he vaguely knew what Qiu Yu's intentions were, Yan Chutian still hurriedly pushed the jade bottle back. However, he did not expect that when he moved, Qiu Yu would rudely reach out her hand and directly stuff the jade bottle into Yan Chutian's arms. At a time like this, don't act like a man anymore. To participate in the grand event of geniuses, no matter what, you have to raise your cultivation to the 4th level of elixir. Otherwise, compared to others, you will be too weak. No matter how many methods you have, you will be helpless. Moreover, it's not like you don't know my situation. I don't need too many resources from the outside world. I need to rely more on myself to adapt. These simple words had already cut off all of Yan Chutian's thoughts of rejection. Therefore, looking at Qiu Yu's pair of sparkling and beautiful eyes that were filled with determination, Yan Chutian could only lightly nod his head and put away the jade bottle in front of him. Seeing Yan Chutian put away the jade bottle, Qiu Yu beamed with joy. In an instant, she revealed a peerless beauty that was rarely seen in the world. Looking at such a beautiful figure, even Yan Chutian was somewhat dazed. His eyes were fixated on that elegant and charming face with a faint smile. Even until the former's cheeks turned red, he was still unaware of it. "You! What are you looking at?" Her cheeks were red like a ripe apple, tender and alluring. Compared to her, Qiu Yu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, almost inaudible. Although Qiu Yu's words caused Yan Chutian to immediately regain his senses, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him and thinking about the feelings and sacrifices she had made for him all this time, Yan Chutian could not suppress his feelings and softly said, "I'm looking at my Qiu Yu." Her soft words immediately caused her blushing face to become even redder. She shyly lowered her head and did not raise it for a long time. After a long while, a coquettish voice slowly sounded out. "Big scoundrel, you're really shameless. Who's yours?" Following the return of Hong Gu and the rest to the Heaven Secret sect, Yan Chutian and the rest also spread the news, and arrived at the sect a step ahead of them. And when this news spread, the entire southern mountain range became even more jubilant. Who would have thought that the southern mountain range would perform so well this time? The 3 holy sons who participated in the test all stood out. Ha ha ha, the 3 saint sons are truly extraordinary. All of them actually managed to successfully break free. Let's see what the North region has to say this time. Our holy sons of the southern mountain range all succeeded. Didn't the North region think highly of themselves? How come none of their holy sons succeeded? With such impressive results from the 3 holy sons, the rise of the southern mountain range is without a doubt. The North region can no longer suppress us. In the elder hall of the southern mountain range, a few elders were also full of smiles. Especially after confirming the authenticity of the news, they could not close their mouth. Even Luo Qingyi, who was usually cold and indifferent, had a smile on her face. On her beautiful face, there was a faint smile that was rarely seen. On the Saint Master Peak, Yinyang Master, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak, opened and closed his eyes. On his indifferent face, there was actually a trace of a smile. And below the giant peak where Yin Master was sitting, in the imperceptible mountain stream, there was a figure with an indifferent expression. But clearly it was filled with anger. It was almost identical to Yin Master. All in all, the southern mountain range of the Heaven's Secrets sect was jubilant. In comparison, the northern mountain range was almost lifeless. This was because every disciple of the northern mountain range knew that in that test, their holy sons of the northern mountain range actually all failed. On the other hand, the southern mountain range all stood out. This made them, who had always looked down on the southern mountain range with arrogance, how could they still have the face to say anything? They did not even dare to appear in front of the southern mountain range disciples, for fear of being questioned and speechless. Thousand Star City, where the Divine Heavens sect resided. The top disciples of the Divine Heavens sect's main branch and even 2 holy sons were gathered in a huge hall. And above the disciples and the holy sons was Li Tianyi's uncle, who was also the elder of the Divine Heavens sect's Li clan. He sat with a cold expression. After a long silence, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect slammed the stone table beside him. It was as if the power that was transformed from anger immediately smashed the stone table into pieces. A mere disciple of the Heaven's Secrets sect dares to step on the prospective holy son of the Divine Heavens sect to climb up. Does he think that the Divine Heavens sect has no one else? Listen to my command. All the holy sons and disciples of the Li clan, if they see a disciple of the Heaven's Secrets sect at the Genius Grand event, kill him without mercy. Hearing this, the disciples below, including the holy sons, bowed slightly. Even though they did not have much to do with Li Tianyi, and even had a competitive relationship with him, this did not prevent them from wanting to kill Yan Chutian. After all, Yan Chutian seemed to have only defeated Li Tianyi, but in fact, he had stepped on the reputation of the Divine Heavens sect to climb up. Otherwise, how could his reputation spread so widely in such a short time? Therefore, it could be said that it was not only the disciples of the main bloodline of the Li clan, but also the other 2 bloodlines. Yan Chutian had offended all the geniuses of the Divine Heavens sect. Little did they know that Yan Chutian, who had been targeted by the entire Divine Heavens sect, was quietly cultivating in seclusion in the guest room. Immediately after the test was the real Genius Grand event, so almost all the forces did not leave the Star City. Instead, they waited for the orders from the 5 major regions to directly lead their geniuses to the Genius Grand event. There was some buffer time in between, and Yan Chutian used this time to cultivate. He sat quietly with his legs crossed and exhaled, as if he was one with the surrounding heaven and earth. Yan Chutian sat quietly with his legs crossed for half a day. Then, he exhaled a mouthful of slightly dark turbid air and opened his eyes. At this time, there were 2 dragon's eye elixirs that were overflowing with spiritual qi. These 2 elixirs were naturally the spiritual elixir. If there was only one spiritual elixir, Yan Chutian would consider the best time to use it, so that he could have the greatest chance of successfully breaking through. However, he had 2 spiritual elixir, so he did not have to wait for an opportunity. He could do it directly. Since he had prepared to this extent, Yan Chutian naturally would not hesitate. He immediately raised his hand and swallowed 1 spiritual elixir, then refined the rolling medicinal power. The spiritual elixir was very effective. It took half a day to refine it and another half a day to absorb it before it was finally exhausted. And such a spiritual elixir had enabled Yan Chutian to reach the peak of the 3rd level of the elixir, and his foundation was extremely strong. At this time, if Yan Chutian did not have a second spiritual elixir, then he would have to stay in this realm for a short period of time and find an opportunity to break through. Fortunately, he had a second spiritual elixir. As long as he consumed it and refined it, he could directly attempt to break through. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not delay at all. He immediately swallowed the second spiritual elixir and began to refine the rolling medicinal power. However, although it was the same spiritual elixir, Yan Chutian's actions this time were much slower than before. Because while he was refining the elixir, he was also trying to break through in his cultivation. How could it be easy to break through in cultivation? However, no matter how difficult it was, Yan Chutian would definitely not give up. Therefore, under his perseverance, he finally broke through the 4th level of the elixir. Therefore, his cultivation had truly stepped into the 4th level of the elixir. What surprised Yan Chutian was that when he broke through to the 4th level of the elixir, the 3rd spiritual pattern on his dantian also started to move. This time, when he looked over, the misty flames around the spiritual pattern could no longer block his vision, allowing him to clearly see what kind of creature the 4-legged fire beast was. This is a real dragon? When Yan Chutian saw the figure of the fire beast, his 3rd spiritual beast was a real dragon that everyone was familiar with. This naturally made Yan Chutian extremely shocked. Perhaps no one would have thought that he had actually condensed the dragon pattern by chance. Even though everything in the world could be condensed into spiritual patterns, there would always be difficulties and strength. Usually, the harder it was to condense, the stronger it would be. However, other than these spiritual patterns that could be condensed, there were also taboos. There would always be some spiritual patterns that could not be condensed, or rather, no one could or even dared to condense them. Chapter 240. In the dark space that seemed to never have light, there were 2 or 3 figures that were always indifferent, like stone sculptures, quietly sitting cross-legged. In this dark space, there was suddenly a ray of light that came from nowhere and landed beside the figure that was sitting cross-legged in the middle, finally breaking the eternal silence. The ray of light kept flashing in front of the figure, as if it was conveying some kind of message. When the light finally extinguished, there was a bone-chilling old man's ghostly laughter that slowly sounded. "How is it?" His movement attracted the attention of the other figures that were sitting cross-legged. The same indifferent voice sounded, as if there was no emotion. "The opportunity has come. These ignorant ants are preparing to hold some childish event. This is the best opportunity." Hearing this, the dark space suddenly became silent. After a long while, the indifferent voice sounded again. "You have to think clearly. The demon sovereign spent a lot of effort to send us here. Even if we die, we must not destroy the plan. I naturally know this, but instead of waiting for a long time, why not directly catch all these ants in one fell swoop? There are countless cultivators, and they are the top cultivators in this world. Their flesh and blood are much stronger than those mortals. Among those ants, there are also some sleeping trash. Even if they can't compare with our talents, but with the accumulation of time, they may not be unable to compete with us." Another voice sounded. The old man who had just spoken did not reply immediately. Instead, he chuckled and continued to speak with a cold sneer. "An ant will always be an ant. Even if he has been accumulating for a long time, he is still just a piece of trash. Just crush him. You all can rest assured. Since I dare to say such an action, I naturally have absolute confidence. Those ants will only become the blood food of the ancient corpse beasts, and the cornerstone of the god realm's unification of the heaven realm." Ha ha ha! Amidst the hoarse laughter, with these figures as the center, there were countless spirit beasts that respectfully crouched in the surrounding darkness. These spirit beasts, without exception, all had deep purple eyes. They were the purple-eyed beast puppets. After cultivating for a few days, Yan Chutian finally gradually opened his eyes. Now, his body was full of spirit energy. Although he had just entered the 4th level of elixir, if he were to meet Li Tianyi again, he would not be in such a sorry state. Although he was happy to have a breakthrough in his cultivation, what made Yan Chutian the happiest was that he finally knew the true nature of the 3rd spiritual pattern. His 3rd spirit pattern was actually a true dragon pattern. Thinking about it this way, It was no wonder that his spirit tattoos had always performed so shockingly. The true dragon tattoo was extremely rare and could be considered a taboo. How could it be weaker than ordinary spirit tattoos? Just as Yan Chutian finished his training, a beautiful figure pushed open the door and entered. She smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you have successfully broken through. Since you have successfully broken through, then come quickly. The details of the heaven's favorite event have been sent over." Before he could finish his words, Chiou turned around and left without looking back, leaving behind a fragrant wind in the room. Lightly sniffing the faint, unique fragrance of a young girl, Yan Chutian also smiled faintly. He then quickly walked out of the room and caught up with the former's footstep. A moment later, the two appeared in the main guest room. At this time, Zhu Yun was already sitting on the stone chair in the middle, while Luo Shui was sitting on the opposite side. There were 2 more seats beside her. Seeing this, Yan Chutian and Chiou sat down as if they were familiar with each other. Zhu Yun couldn't help but glare at them. These 2 fellows really don't know how to respect their elders. A few days ago, he had praised them for their performance and now they are so arrogant? However, Zhu Yun was just thinking about it. After all, no matter how he looked at them, they were all treasures. Vice Sect Leader, the details of the heaven's favorite event have been sent over. Tell us as soon as possible so that we can be prepared. Hearing this, Zhu Yun glared at Yan Chutian again. Then, he coughed and said, "The details of the heaven's favorite event have indeed been sent over. There may be some changes in certain areas, so you must listen carefully. First of all, it seems to be to compensate for the sudden extra test for you, who are not the heaven's favorites of the first-rate forces. Therefore, the 5 major regions have jointly opened an ancient ruin. There are countless opportunities inside. All participants of the heaven's favorite event can and must enter. Are they that kind?" Yan Chutian interrupted, but Zhu Yun directly ignored him and continued, "Although there is an extra land of fortune, there must be corresponding dangers inside. Moreover, since it is a part of the heaven's favorite event, there will be elimination. The heaven's favorites who enter can fight as they wish. The result is regardless of life or death. Although each heaven's favorite has a spirit talisman that can immediately teleport them out of the ruin. However, if you crush the spirit talisman and teleport out, you will be eliminated. Besides that, there are no other rules. Therefore, even if you hide in the ruin until the end, you can still enter the cruel arena battles that follow." Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not speak. Instead, he was thinking about the reasons behind it. Secondly, he could not interrupt when Zhu Yun finished speaking. Luo Shui, who had been listening quietly, finally asked, "Lord Vice Sect Leader, how long is the time limit for exploring the ancient ruin?" The flow of time in the ancient ruin is different from the outside world. In the outside world, it is only 3 months. However, you should have around 1.5 years inside. Therefore, to be honest, this is indeed an excellent opportunity. If you can obtain a great opportunity in the ruin, you may really be able to defy the natural order and rise up. You may even be able to compete with the heaven's favorites of the first-rate forces. In the end, Zhu Yun did not dare to mention the 5 major regions because the heaven's favorites of the 5 major regions were simply too powerful. Even though Yan Chutian and the others' performance had surprised him, he could not bear to think that way. Therefore, if he knew that both Yan Chutian and Chiou were going to be in the top 10, he would be shocked. His jaw would probably drop to the ground in shock. Not to mention the top 10, in the past grand events of the Heaven's favorites, the disciples of the Heaven's Secrets sect had never been in the top 50 or even the top 100. After that, Zhu Yun encouraged the 3 of them again and told them the departure time before leaving. Following that, the 3 of them also left the conversation and returned to their own rooms. However, Chiou was naturally not going to rest. Unknowingly, she had found her way to Yan Chutian's room. Yan Chutian had long sensed this and calmly sat next to her, enjoying the faint fragrance. To put it nicely, these so-called first-rate forces and the 5 major regions just want to reduce the number of people who enter the primordial ruins. Then, they want to use the selected people like us as whetstones for their disciples. They really put in a lot of effort, Xiaoyu said softly. When she said this, her pretty face was sullen. How could she be happy to be treated like this in this small mortal world? Yan Chutian, on the other hand, remained calm, as if nothing could disturb his heart. He naturally knew what Xiaoyu said. As long as one had some intelligence, they would be able to see it. Even so, one had to admit that this was a fair opportunity for everyone. Those top forces dared to do this because they were extremely confident in their disciples. They just lacked training. Therefore, if one really wanted to talk about it, there was nothing to talk about. As for Yan Chutian, there was only one thing to say. If they wanted to use him as a whetstone, they had to consider whether the knife was sharp enough and not break. After waiting quietly for a few more days in Myriad Star City, Zhu Yun sensed that the time of departure was coming. In fact, around this time, many forces set off in the same direction. It was the center of the entire Central Plains, where the 5 major regions were located. When Yan Chutian and the other 2 boarded the battleship, Zhu Yun steered it in the same direction. The body of the battleship gradually turned into a torrent of spiritual power and rushed straight ahead. On the battleship, Yan Chutian asked Xiaoyu to take out the cultivation method that could split the consciousness, while he memorized the required heaven and earth treasures one by one. When he arrived at the most prosperous area, he didn't believe that he couldn't find traces of these heaven and earth treasures. Moreover, since it was an ancient ruins with countless opportunities, there must be countless heaven and earth treasures inside. Maybe they would have what he needed. After memorizing all the required heaven and earth treasures, Yan Chutian asked Xiaoyu to put away the cultivation method. Then, he sat down cross-legged and waited for their destination. Chapter 241. Before the final arena battle, the news of the exploration of the antiquity ruins had spread to all the major forces. Just as Yan Chutian thought, even though the higher-ups of these forces were angry, none of them stood out to argue. Firstly, they didn't dare to. Secondly, they couldn't find any evidence. As for those geniuses who had received the news, they naturally began to make preparations one by one. Just as Yan Chutian thought, if they wanted to use them as whetstones, they had to see if the whetstones were sharp or not. If they weren't sharp enough, then they couldn't be blamed for breaking the whetstones and replacing them. In the depths of the Fire Xian region, on a land that seemed to be burning with hot flames, a bronze-skinned figure was sitting quietly. The hot flames kept burning his body, but it couldn't cause any damage to the figure. Instead, it strengthened the bronze-skinned flesh. Tiny light spots surged from the flames and finally merged with the figure's flesh. The bronze-skinned figure sat quietly as if he would continue like this forever. However, when a servant bowed respectfully appeared in the sea of flames, he slowly opened his eyes. Then, without any scruples, he walked out of the sea of flames step by step. As he walked, the sea of flames took the initiative to open a path for him, as if the sea of flames had already recognized him as its master. After walking out of the sea of flames, the bronze-skinned figure grabbed a luxurious black robe in his hand. When he put on the black robe, the servant said respectfully, "Master, the news of the antiquity ruins has really spread. The Great Elder wants you to be fully prepared. He said that this is the best opportunity for you to surpass the other young masters and become the young master of the Fire Xian region." "Yes, I know." The bronze-skinned figure nodded slightly. Thinking of the battle that would happen soon, even he didn't have absolute confidence. After all, whether it was the supreme disciples of the other 4 regions or the other young masters of the Fire Xian region, they were not easy to deal with. Fortunately, he wasn't unprepared. So, no matter whether it was in the antiquity ruins or in the upcoming arena battle, he had to be first. At the same time, at the mention of the Tianjiao Grand event, He couldn't help but think of the woman he had seen outside the Central Plains. That appearance and temperament was something he had never seen before in all these years. Unfortunately, he had insisted on pretending to be a gentleman at that time, resulting in a mistake later on, and that woman had directly disappeared. However, according to later news, she had also entered the Central Plains. With her personality, she shouldn't have missed out on this grand event, right? Yan Ningzhu, the woman this young master wants, can't escape in the end. After traveling for several days, Yan Chutian finally felt that they had arrived at their destination. When he looked down from the warship, an incomparably large and majestic city immediately entered his eyes. It was also a city, but this city was probably several times bigger than the small Myriad Star City. Yan Chutian knew what kind of city this was. This was the Central Plains City. Daring to name a city with the words Central Plains, one could imagine how great the background of this city was. But of course, this was different from the Central Plains City that Yan Chutian had encountered before entering the Central Plains. The name of the Central Plains City only meant that it was connected to the Central Plains. This Central Plains City was the central hinterland of the vast Central Plains. The Central Plains City didn't have a city lord because its construction was initiated by the 5 regions' forces. Even the top 8 first-rate forces participated. Therefore, even the most vicious sinful cultivator in the Central Plains wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the Central Plains City. This was because once they caused trouble here, they wouldn't just offend a huge force, but also the top forces in the entire Central Plains. In this way, what other way was there to survive? Central Plains City. Yan Chutian repeated softly, but his expression didn't change at all. After all, not to mention that he could almost perfectly control his emotions, even if he couldn't, how could he, who had seen countless magnificent cities in the heaven realm, be shaken by a city in the mortal world? Then, the battleship landed on the ground. Looking at it with the naked eye, cultivators came and went in and out of the huge city gate of the Central Plains City without stopping. It was abnormally bustling. Also, one could see the strength of the Xiozha soldiers guarding the place. There were many primal core Xiozha guarding the place, and even some of the commander-level figures had Yuaniing cultivation. Appearing here, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that Zhu Yun, who was beside him, seemed to have quietly restrained his aura. Then, he led the 3 of them off the battleship and walked towards the city gate. After the 4 of them settled down in the inn in the Central Plains City, just like in the Myriad Star City, Zhu Yun no longer restricted the 3 of them and allowed them to move about in the city. But of course, before the 3 of them moved, Zhu Yun solemnly reminded the 3 of them. This time, for the first time, Luo Shui didn't insist on cultivating in seclusion in the inn. Instead, she walked out of the inn and followed the 2 of them. Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu didn't think much of this. After all, they had been together for a long time, and the 3 of them could be considered to have some friendship between them. The 2 of them also knew that although Luo Shui looked cold on the surface, it was only because of her master's influence. Her heart wasn't like that. This time, Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu still went straight to the cultivator trading place. As soon as they walked into those stalls, the 3 of them were immediately enveloped by rich spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance. One could imagine how precious the heavenly materials and earthly treasures here were. This made Yan Chutian faintly look forward to it. Perhaps this time, he would really be able to gain a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he needed to cultivate that cultivation method. It seemed that the heavens were blessing Yan Chutian. Just as he was walking around casually, he immediately caught a glimpse of a spiritual medicine that he was very familiar with, the Dragonheart Orchid. The so-called Dragonheart Orchid was because the flowers it bloomed were not ordinary, but rather resembled the heart of a dragon. However, this was only a vague description. After all, no one had even seen a dragon before. At most, they would find some bones left behind, but who knew what a dragon's heart looked like? But no matter what, this dragonheart orchid was the heavenly material that Qiu Yu needed, so Yan Chutian absolutely couldn't let it go. However, when he saw the price, Yan Chutian couldn't help but be a little speechless. Because the number of spirit crystals marked on this dragonheart orchid was more than half of the number of spirit crystals he and Mu Wan obtained in the cave where Han Shen was hiding. So if he bought this dragonheart orchid, he might not have the ability to buy other spiritual medicines. But even if he knew this, Yan Chutian still hurriedly bought the dragonheart orchid. He knew that these cultivator peddlers who sold spiritual medicines were very shrewd. Once they found the slightest clue, they would raise the price and make a killing. Yan Chutian bought it extremely quickly, so the peddler naturally had nothing to say. He could only take the money in one hand and deliver the goods in the other. After putting away the dragonheart orchid, Yan Chutian lost more than half of the spirit crystals, but his glabella was in a good mood because he found a heavenly material that he needed so quickly. As expected of the most central and prosperous region in the entire Central Plains. Therefore, Yan Chutian was looking forward to the next search. And as expected, he didn't let his expectations down. Soon, he found a heavenly material in another stall, the blood spirit stone. The so-called blood spirit stone was a stone that was cracked open, and bright red spirit blood like human blood would flow out from inside. However, this wasn't pure blood, but the essence of heaven and earth, so it was extremely precious. Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised when he saw the blood spirit stone, but when he saw the price of the blood spirit stone, Yan Chutian couldn't help but want to beat the peddler up. The price of this blood spirit stone was even higher than that of the dragonheart orchid. How could he afford it? However, Yan Chutian was really unwilling to miss out on this blood spirit stone. After all, who knew if he would be lucky enough to find it again in the future? The peddler was also very shrewd. Even though Yan Chutian had only paused and hesitated for a moment, he had already noticed something. He immediately came over and said, "Does this prodigy need a blood spirit stone? Prodigy, please take a look. The price is clearly stated, and it's a fair trade." Yan Chutian resisted the urge to beat the peddler up. Fair trade? Who knew how much higher the price was? If not for Qiu Yu needing it, he wouldn't even look at it. However, Yan Chutian could only keep a smile on his face. Otherwise, if the peddler continued to raise the price, he wouldn't know where to cry. "Senior Sister Luo, can you lend me some spirit crystals first?" Chapter 242. When Yan Chutian's gaze once again caught sight of that graceful figure, he saw Luo Shui standing quietly in front of a stall a few dozen meters away. She seemed to be negotiating something with the stall owner. This scene naturally made Yan Chutian think that Luo Shui had also taken a fancy to something and was preparing to buy it. Therefore, Yan Chutian dismissed the idea of borrowing spirit crystals. He only thought that this woman would not have many spirit crystals left after buying the item. Therefore, Yan Chutian could only look back at the stall. At the same time, Qiu Yu gritted her teeth. Even though she really needed this blood spirit stone, it was obvious that she could not buy it under the current circumstances. Therefore, she softly whispered, "Don't look any more. The price of this blood spirit stone is too high. Moreover, there is more than one blood spirit stone. If you can't get it, you can always find another." In fact, how could Yan Chutian not understand Qiu Yu's meaning? However, he really did not want to let go of the blood spirit stone in front of him. Her words were pleasant to hear, but what if he could not find the blood spirit stone for a long time? Therefore, Yan Chutian, who was prepared to spend a lot of money, began to rummage through his storage space. Since he did not have enough spirit crystals, he could only use natural treasures or other extraordinary items to make up for it. However, just as Yan Chutian was rummaging through his storage space, a fragrant wind approached him. Then, an indifferent female voice slowly rang out, causing Yan Chutian to stop. "I don't want it." "You don't want it?" When the stall owner heard this, he immediately snorted and his face was filled with arrogance. From Yan Chutian's previous actions, he had already determined that this guy really needed the blood spirit stone. Moreover, it was for that beautiful woman. How could he not want it? However, this was also good. He could also take the opportunity to raise the price and ruthlessly rip him off. Since you don't want it, fine. I will now raise the price. If you don't want it, naturally, someone will come forward. Seeing the price immediately rise, even Yan Chutian felt a little angry in his heart. However, he still believed that Luo Shui was not the kind of person to stir up trouble. Therefore, he suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Senior Sister Luo, this blood spirit stone is, however," before Yan Chutian finished speaking, he saw that 2 hard stones had appeared in Luo Shui's open hand. Perhaps others could not see anything, but Yan Chutian, who had a spiritual eye, immediately discovered that these were 2 blood spirit stones. "I think you should know what this is. These 2 pieces added together should be comparable to the one on the stall." "Thank you, Senior Sister Luo, but these 2 blood spirit stones, Luo Shui of Luo Shui, Luo of course, Luo Shui's writes. No, I want to ask Senior Sister how you found these 2 blood spirit stones." Yan Chutian said honestly. He was not pretending to be innocent after getting a good deal, but this was the first question he was curious about. These 2 inconspicuous blood spirit stones seemed to have been mixed in the sand not long ago. Even Yan Chutian, who had a spiritual eye, did not dare to say that he could see them from afar. He was really curious about how Luo Shui found them. Luo Shui was obviously choked by Yan Chutian's words. After a moment, she raised her head and glared at Yan Chutian, which she rarely did. Was this guy doing it on purpose? Intuition. Therefore, Luo Shui directly gave an ambiguous answer. At the same time, the stall owner was still waiting arrogantly. He said in an infuriating tone, "Since you are not buying, please leave. Don't hinder my business." As he spoke, the stall owner's heart was blooming with joy. He had always deliberately set the price of some rare heaven and earth treasures high in order to rip off his customers. Sure enough, he really encountered it today. However, the stall owner, who was immersed in joy, did not expect that the moment he finished speaking, Yan Chutian and the 2 girls turned around and left without looking back. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sea of people. When the stall owner came back to his senses, his eyes were wide open. He could not believe what had happened in front of him. However, he still did not give up. He felt that the other party was playing tricks and competing with patience. It was not until half an hour later that he completely accepted the reality in front of him. Once he accepted it, the stall owner wanted to cry. With 2 heaven and earth treasures in their hands, Yan Chutian and Chiu Yu were in a good mood. Especially Chiu Yu, because this meant that she was 1 step closer to a new life. As for what happened next, the 2 of them naturally began to search more seriously. However, Luo Shui had returned to her previous attitude. Her beautiful face was cold, and she glanced around indifferently as if there was no emotion. However, as they continued to search, it was as if they had used up all their luck and could no longer find the other heaven and earth treasures they needed. After searching for half a day, just when the 2 of them were about to give up, the sharp-eyed Yan Chutian suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar and beautiful back several hundred feet away. "Yan Ningzhu?" While whispering in surprise, Yan Chutian also caught a glimpse of the tall figure standing behind Yan Ningzhu. It was a handsome young man with a robust and dark skin. The spiritual energy emitted from his body was extremely strong. Even if it was restrained, it still gave people a sense of majesty. However, looking at Yan Ningzhu's reaction, this handsome genius was obviously like Wang Hong in the Myriad Star City. He was also a fly. Seeing this scene, Yan Chutian couldn't help but whisper to himself. A woman's appearance gave her a natural advantage, but at the same time, it also brought great risk. In fact, the 2 women beside her were also being stared at by countless men. However, since his friend was in trouble, Yan Chutian had no reason to not stand up. He simply explained to Qiu Yu and Luo Shui behind him, then stepped forward. Ningzhu, who is this? When approaching Yan Ningzhu, Yan Chutian asked slowly in an extremely gentle tone, full of the attitude of a cultivation partner. However, hearing this, Yan Ningzhu was not happy at all. Instead, her pretty face changed, and she seemed to be at a loss. At this time, the dark-skinned handsome young man who looked at Yan Chutian coldly smiled. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to recognize Yan Chutian. However, Yan Chutian himself dared to guarantee that he had never seen this dark-skinned man before, so he could only continue to speak slowly. It seems that you know me. In that case, why are you still pestering Ningzhu? Yan Chutian spoke with a mixture of truth and falsehood. It seemed like they were cultivation partners, but in fact, he never said it clearly. However, no matter what Yan Chutian said, the dark-skinned young man's expression remained unchanged. He coldly stared at Yan Chutian. After a long while, he suddenly smiled strangely. Of course I know you, Yan Chu. Since we finally meet, I should tell you who I am. I am one of the young masters of the Fire Profound region. Zhou Ling. Yan Chutian was not a fool. Through various clues, and the attitude and identity of the dark-skinned young man in front of him, he immediately recalled the reason why Yan Ningzhu wanted to sneak into the Central Plains. It was to avoid a young master of the Fire Profound region. Obviously, the dark-skinned young man in front of him was that young master. Once he understood this, Yan Chutian no longer had any smile on his face. His expression suddenly turned cold, and he also sneered. So you are the young master of the Fire Profound region. Unfortunately, even if you are the young master of the Fire Profound region, we are now disciples of a second-rate force, and participants of the grand event of Heaven's Pride. Therefore, even if you are the young master of the Fire Profound region, I'm afraid you can't do anything to us. TSK. What an excellent protective talisman. As you wish, at least in this Central Plains city, I really can't do anything to you. However, this young master is not here to do anything. I just want to buy something for my future woman. Before his voice died away, Zhou Ling had already picked up a piece of black wood. This piece of black wood was extremely extraordinary. Its entire body was flickering with light, and inside the black wood, there were strange patterns that looked like dragon patterns surging. If it were any other time, no matter what kind of heavenly treasure the other party held in his hand, Yan Chutian would not care about it. However, at this time, Yan Chutian almost instantly recognized what it was, and his heart could not help but skip a beat. This was because this was one of the heavenly treasures he was searching for, the dragon pattern wood. Therefore, almost instantly, Yan Chutian had an idea in his heart. Looking at the dragon pattern wood in Zhou Ling's hand, he chuckled and said, "Since it is something that Ningzhu wants, I will naturally give it to her. There is no need for an outsider to interfere. 700,000 spirit crystals. I will buy it for Ningzhu." After his voice died away, ignoring Yan Ningzhu's puzzled expression, Yan Chutian stared fixedly at Zhou Ling like a man who was furious for a woman, and did not show any signs of weakness. However, only Yan Chutian himself knew that he only had 500,000 spirit crystals left. How could he have 700,000 spirit crystals? Chapter 243. The commotion quickly attracted many gazes from the surroundings. With so many gazes looking over, it was only natural that some of them knew Zhou Ling's identity. Hence, low cries of surprise immediately rang out from various parts of the crowd. "That's young Lord Zhou Ling, one of the young lords of the Fire Xian region. Why is he here? Who is that? How dare he clash with young Lord Zhou? And it seems like it's because of a woman? No wonder. This woman is so beautiful. No wonder she attracted young Lord Zhou's attention. But it seems like this guy doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he clash with young Lord Zhou? He's really overestimating himself." Surrounded by the crowd's discussion, Zhou Ling's expression was calm. His cold eyes locked onto Yan Chutian. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing an amused expression. How interesting! Someone actually dared to speak in front of him, and by the treasure that he had in his hands. Did this person really not take him seriously? You're really arrogant. Amused, Zhou Ling narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. He did not hide the sharpness in his words at all. It had to be said that Zhou Ling was born with good looks. His dark skin was not a burden. Instead, it formed a masculine beauty that was different from that of a fair-skinned young man. At this moment, he displayed his cold and arrogant demeanor, which immediately caused ripples in the hearts of the surrounding female cultivators. Hence, more voices were heard about Yan Chutian than before. However, no matter what these voices were, Yan Chutian completely ignored them. He only looked at Zhou Ling and said slowly, "I think young Lord Zhou has not spoken about buying this dragon grain wood. In that case, why can't I buy it for Ningzhu?" As he spoke, Yan Chutian looked at the stall owner and reached for his Qianquan bag, as if he was about to take out the spiritual crystals. However, Yan Chutian's seemingly calm appearance was only known in his heart how tense he was at this moment. After all, he could not afford 700,000 spiritual crystals at this moment. However, Zhou Ling did not disappoint Yan Chutian. Almost as soon as Yan Chutian looked at the stall owner, Zhou Ling shouted coldly, 800,000 spirit crystals. Yan Chutian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Zhou Ling's price. Although he had never met the young master of the Fire Xian region, there were indeed some similarities between the young masters of these forces. For example, it was extremely difficult for them to tolerate someone stepping on their heads, let alone in public. Yan Chutian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, but a hint of doubt appeared on his face. He turned around and asked, "What does young Master Zhou mean by this?" "Haha, this young lord didn't bid earlier. Now I'll bid a higher price. I think the principle of the highest bidder wins will always work, right?" Zhou Ling asked in return. She then looked at the stall owner with a cold gaze. Seeing this, the stall owner nodded in agreement. Putting aside the fact that he did not dare to offend Zhou Ling due to his status, the saying, "the highest bidder wins," was also very much in line with his intentions. After bidding, Zhou Ling handed the dragon grain wood over to Yan Ningzhu. He did not care about her reaction and forced it into her hand. However, what was Yan Ningzhu's personality? She almost turned hostile on the spot. She did not want to accept anything from Zhou Ling. However, just as her pretty face turned cold, a large hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. Then, another hand held her small, fair hand. It was as intimate as it could be. Yan Chutian's sudden action immediately caused Yan Ningzhu's pretty face to turn red. However, she quickly understood something and did not move. Instead, she quietly allowed Yan Chutian to embrace her. Yan Ningzhu, who was in his arms, did not move. Yan Chutian knew that she understood his intentions, so he focused on dealing with Zhou Ling, who was staring coldly at him. "Since the highest bidder wins, young Master Zhou, I'll bid 900,000 spirit crystals. 1,000,000. The price continued to rise. In a short period of time, it exceeded 1,000,000 spirit crystals. This made countless female cultivators envious of Yan Ningzhu. Of course, most of the female cultivators were mocking Yan Ningzhu for being insensible. The young master of the Fire Xian region was spending so much money on her, but she was still flirting with another man. As for the male cultivators, they were just watching the show. She seemed to be the first person who dared to compete with the young master of the Fire Xian region. When the price was raised to 1,500,000 spirit crystals, Yan Chutian finally stopped talking. It seemed that 1,500,000 spirit crystals was his limit. Seeing this, Zhou Ling immediately sneered. He looked at Yan Chutian, who was almost in Yan Ningzhu's arms, and said with narrowed eyes, 1,500,000 spirit crystals. It's fine if you spend it. After all, no matter what, you are my woman in the end. After saying these confident words and throwing down the spirit crystals, Zhou Ling elegantly left under the gazes of countless people. Only Yan Chutian, who looked a little embarrassed but was actually ecstatic, and Yan Ningzhu, who looked helpless, were left behind. Since Zhou Ling had left, the crowd naturally dispersed quickly. However, Yan Chutian and Yan Ningzhu's faces had already spread. Obviously, Yan Chutian was going to become famous in Zhongyuan City because of this. After the crowd dispersed, Qiu Yu and Luo Shui also walked over. Luo Shui's expression was as indifferent as before. However, Qiu Yu was a little jealous. However, she had already seen the dragon grain wood and more or less guessed Yan Chutian's intention. Seeing that the two women were coming over, Yan Chutian immediately said, "Let's find a quiet place." A quarter of an hour later, in a temporary guest room of a certain inn, the four of them were gathered around a wooden table. Then, Yan Ningzhu placed the dragon grain wood in front of Yan Chutian's table and said, "This is the dragon grain wood you wanted." "Thank you, Miss Yan." Yan Chutian happily took the dragon grain wood. When he took the dragon grain wood, Yan Ningzhu could not help but say, "Zhou Ling might not have realized it at the moment, or he might have no choice but to do this. However, you have already offended him. If you meet him in the antiquity relic, Miss Yan, you worry too much. First of all, regardless of today's incident, if we meet in the antiquity relic, he will not let us go. So, how can we offend him? Second of all, since the young master of the Fire Xian region dares to force you, as a friend, I can't just stand by and watch. Third of all, even if we meet in the antiquity relic, I am not a pushover. If you want to bite me, you have to be prepared to break your teeth." After the three explanations, Yan Ningzhu had no more questions. All of a sudden, she was nostalgic for the relationship between her and Zhou Ling. Even though it was clearly just an act, it was still much better than this guy calling her Miss Yan every time he called her that. Of course, Yan Ningzhu only dared to think about it. After all, she knew the true identity of Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu and roughly knew their relationship. She knew that if that woman did not exist, there might be a possibility between the two of them. However, it was absolutely impossible now. After talking for a long time, they made the same agreement as when they entered the periphery of the Myriad Star Valley. Then, the four of them left the inn. On the way back, Yan Chutian was full of joy. Today's harvest was really good. He had actually obtained 3 spiritual herbs that he needed. He was only 3 spiritual herbs away from the number of spiritual herbs that Qiu Yu needed to cultivate the cultivation method, which was exactly half of the total. However, Yan Chutian was not worried about gathering these spiritual herbs. After all, although these spiritual herbs were precious, they existed in the mortal world. The only thing he was worried about was the Tao sculpting lotus. He did not know if the Tao sculpting lotus existed in the mortal world. He had never even heard of it until now. However, the Tao sculpting lotus was an excellent treasure of heaven and earth for reshaping the body. It was indispensable. At the same time, Zhou Ling, who had returned to his luxurious residence, gradually realized what had happened. How could he not understand that Yan Chu had deliberately raised the price of the dragon grain wood? He had no intention to buy it. He just wanted to make Zhou Ling bleed. However, even if Zhou Ling was angry, he believed that this problem was unavoidable. After all, he was the young master of the Fire Xian domain. How could he be suppressed and humiliated in public? Moreover, in the future, Yan Ningzhu would eventually become his woman, and Yan Chu would eventually be trampled under his feet and turned into blood and bones. However, if Zhou Ling were to know that Yan Chutian did not buy it unintentionally but did not have that many spirit crystals, he would not be so calm. Chapter 244. Not long after returning to the inn, Zhu Yun actually delivered a few thick books. These books were not anything else. The records inside were about the people who would participate in the recent Heaven's Pride Grand event. Obviously, they had stood out in the test and performed amazingly. This had made Zhu Yun pay attention to the 3 of them. He had sorted out the corresponding information so quickly. However, Yen Chutian only skimmed through these records because he knew that the information recorded was definitely outdated. Moreover, who would reveal their real trump card? These records could only be used as a reference at most. In the next few days, Yen Chutian still went out every day. He did not go into seclusion in the inn. Instead, he continued to search for the 3 missing heavenly treasures and the Tao sculpting lotus. However, it was as if they had exhausted all their luck on the first day. Not to mention the Tao sculpting lotus, they could not even find a single spiritual herb. However, Yen Chutian was not completely empty-handed. During the search, Yen Chutian obtained more information. The Central Plains city did not only have such a cultivator trading place, but also an auction house and an underground black market. There might be more treasures there. However, compared to the auction house, the black market was not easy to enter. After all, to be called a black market, not just anyone could enter. This was a market that could not see the light of day. If there was no one to lead the way, how could one find it? Therefore, Yen Chutian immediately gave up the idea of entering the black market. Instead, he planned to enter the auction house to try his luck. Before entering the auction house, Yen Chutian did not hesitate to borrow a large amount of spirit crystals from Zhu Yun. Together with what he originally had, it reached a total of 1.2 million spirit crystals. If it was not for Yen Chutian's performance in the Myriad Star Valley test, Zhu Yun would never lend him so many spirit crystals. Moreover, when he lent out the spirit crystals, Zhu Yun felt like he was throwing a meat bun at a dog, and there was no return. However, even if he had more than 1 million spirit crystals, Yen Chutian did not have much of a happy expression. Because the price of the spiritual herbs he needed was so high in an ordinary stall. How much more would it be in the auction house? However, Yen Chutian didn't know where else to find spirit crystals. Therefore, he could only carry this amount of spirit crystals and set off. There were quite a number of auction houses in Zhongyuan City. Yen Chutian did not blindly pursue the size of the auction house. Instead, he chose an auction house that specialized in auctioning natural treasures. The name of the auction house was Great Zhou. Although the Great Zhou auction house wasn't ranked in the top 3 in Zhongyuan City's auction house, it was still above average. Moreover, because it mainly auctioned heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it would have a stable source of customers that was different from ordinary auction houses. On this day, the Great Zhou auction house opened as usual. Among the crowd of people, an inconspicuous customer was welcomed, Yen Chutian. Looking at the auction hall in front of him, Yen Chutian slowly walked in. As soon as he entered, he could see that there were many guards guarding the entrance of the auction house. Every guard had an extraordinary aura. Furthermore, he could sense that there were several powerful gazes in the dark, locking onto the only exit of the entire auction house. If anyone who entered wanted to cause trouble in the auction house, they would have to consider whether they had the strength to do so. After entering the auction house, there was a graceful and delicate female cultivator who distributed a number plate, designating where the person would sit after entering. However, although it seemed to be randomly distributed, Yen Chutian could clearly see that the female cultivator was distributing the number plate according to one's identity or cultivation. Therefore, with Yen Chutian's cultivation, he was allocated number 990. This number was extremely close to the back, close to the end. However, Yen Chutian didn't care about this. He didn't come to this auction house to enjoy himself, but to look for spiritual herbs. If he could find them, so what if he sat at the end of the row? After a while, Yen Chutian, holding a number plate, sat at the corner of the enormous auction house. The auction house was circular in shape. In the center, there was a round platform that was about 10 feet wide, which was the auction stage. All the seats were built according to the auction stage. In addition, there was a bidding card on the side of each seat. As long as the cultivator injected spiritual power, the corresponding amount would be displayed on the bidding card. But of course, this didn't mean that they could call out the price at will. If they took out spirit crystals after calling out the price, the result could be described as extremely miserable. After sitting in the seats for about a quarter of an hour, the auction soon began. A female cultivator with the same graceful figure and a seductive face appeared on the auction stage. Most of the cultivators were men, and this female cultivator's figure and appearance were good, so she attracted a lot of attention at once. It had to be said that a big auction house really had its own way. The female cultivator on the auction stage stroked her hair coquettishly for a moment, then she got to the point. The center of the auction stage was opened, and then a lifting stone platform slowly rose. On the stone platform there was a sealed spiritual herb. This is a 1,000-year-old spiritual vine. Although the spiritual vine is not a rare and precious heaven and earth treasure, a 1,000-year-old spiritual vine is extremely rare. At the same time, this 1,000-year-old spiritual vine has unexpectedly reached the spiritual grade 6 veins. Therefore, the starting price of this 1,000-year-old spiritual vine is 300,000 spirit crystals. Which prodigy or senior wants to bid for it? Soon after the female cultivator's voice fell, bidding cards were raised continuously. In just a short while, the price of this 1,000-year-old spiritual vine was pushed to 500,000 spirit crystals. This made Yen Chutian have to sigh at the usefulness of the auction house. In fact, the base price of a spiritual vine was set at 300,000 spirit crystals, which was enough, but after the auction house, it could almost be doubled. However, the 1,000-year-old spiritual vine was indeed rare, so Yen Chutian secretly looked forward to it. Perhaps one of the 3 heaven and earth treasures would appear here. In the end, the 1,000-year-old spiritual vine was sold for 700,000 spirit crystals. The crowd was not stupid. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a 1,000-year-old spiritual vine, they wouldn't have bid like this. Immediately after the 1,000-year-old spiritual vine, the next item to be auctioned was a dawn spiritual root. This kind of spiritual herb was like an ordinary weed and was extremely difficult to find. It would only emit a spiritual aura at dawn. If it was pulled out, it could be found that its roots were actually emitting a faint light. The dawn spiritual root was even rarer than the 1,000-year-old spiritual vine because it was difficult to find. Moreover, its function was much more important than the spiritual vine. It could effectively calm a cultivator's mind. Therefore, the price of the glimmer of dawn spiritual root was set at 500,000 spirit crystals right from the start. Even so, the bidding atmosphere was much more intense than before. However, Yen Chutian still did not make a move. Although the dawn spiritual root was good, it was not what Yen Chutian was looking for. Moreover, the price of the dawn spiritual root had reached 1,000,000 spirit crystals in a short while, and it did not stop. Next, several more heaven and earth treasures were auctioned. Although they were not precious, they were all very rare. However, Yen Chutian still did not see any of the 3 heaven and earth treasures he was looking for. Unknowingly, the auction was coming to an end. However, the last item was still not what Yen Chutian was looking for. This made him secretly disappointed. After the last item was sold, he got up and was about to leave. However, at this moment, the female cultivator on the stage did not seem to have any intention of bowing. Instead, she opened her mouth again and said in a sweet voice, "Next up is the daily display of the items that are not being auctioned. The prices have already been indicated, and you can freely bid." Upon hearing that it was a daily item that was not being auctioned, many people lost interest and even began to leave. Seeing this, the female cultivator on the stage was not surprised. After all, this was just her daily routine. It was normal that these items could not be sold. It would be lucky if they could be sold. Upon hearing that they were some heaven and earth treasures that were not being auctioned, Yen Chutian was not interested. He just glanced at them symbolically. However, such a few symbolic glances made his eyes suddenly freeze. He stared at one of the heaven and earth treasures. He was sure that he did not see wrongly. It was the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus. Although the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus was not one of the 3 heaven and earth treasures that he was looking for Chiao Yu, it was an extremely precious spiritual medicine. Especially for the current Yen Chutian, he might be able to cultivate the triple shattered star mark with the help of the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus. If he could master the Triuan fragmentary star mark and use it with his current level of cultivation, he might even be able to severely injure a 6th-level primal core practitioner. Although spiritual inscriptions were known as the strongest means of an elixir cultivator, it was not as fast and stealthy as spiritual technique. Chapter 245. But how could a Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus go unsold? Could it be that the price was too high? Puzzled, Yen Chutian hurriedly glanced at the price tag in front of the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus. With this glance, Yen Chutian completely understood the reason. It was not that the price of the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus was too high. In fact, the price was much lower, only a mere 200,000 spirit crystals. As for why the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus with a starting price of 200,000 spirit crystals was still unsold, it was because the title was not Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus, but Extreme Nether Lotus. The Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus was indeed extremely similar to the Extreme Nether Lotus. Even the color was exactly the same. The biggest difference was that there was a special golden dot on the stem of the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus. Moreover, the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus was indeed rare and could not be artificially cultivated. This was because the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus needed to take root in a special metal to grow. Therefore, it was no wonder that the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus was mistaken for the Extreme Nether Lotus. But of course, it was very likely that these people did not know about the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus, so why would they spend so much money for an ordinary, Extreme Nether Lotus that was only of a slightly higher grade? With this thought, Yen Chutian naturally paid more attention to controlling his emotions, trying not to attract anyone's attention as he calmly called out the price. Fortunately, it was also an unsold item, and Yen Chutian was not the only one bidding. There were even competitors bidding for the same unsold item. This way, Yen Chutian would not stand out. At this moment, a young man sitting in the front row couldn't help but glance behind him, and he didn't conceal his ridicule in the slightest as he said with a smile, "It's truly strange. There are actually people bidding for such trash, and they're even bidding for it." The young man's entire body emitted a cold aura, as if even the air could be frozen. It was extremely mysterious. As he swept his gaze around, he naturally saw all the bidders, including Yen Chutian. However, Yen Chutian was wearing a loose robe and had deliberately covered his face. Therefore, even though his reputation had spread because of Yen Ningzhu, this young man did not recognize him. At the same time, being ridiculed in such an undisguised manner, the bald man and the hunchbacked old man who were bidding had angry expressions on their faces. However, when they saw the face of the young man who spoke, the anger on their faces immediately withered. That was because they knew the identity of the young man. The young master of the Nether Ice Realm. Under the cover of his robe, Yen Chutian whispered to himself. His expression did not change at all. Yesterday, he had casually flipped through the ancient books that Zhu Yun had sorted out. Among them was the portrait and introduction of the young man in front of him. There was also a description of the cold aura emanating from his body. In the depths of the Nether Ice territory, there was an enormous cold pool. The deeper one went into the cold pool, the more amazing the effects on one's cultivation would be. In fact, there was a different kind of surprise in the depth. An ordinary disciple of the realm of ice nether might not be qualified to cultivate in this cold pond, but as one of the young lords of the realm of ice nether, how could he not have such an opportunity? At this moment, the dense cold air emitted from the other party's body was the best proof. However, no matter what the young master of the realm of ice nether said, Yen Chutian paid no attention to him. He just called out the price and waited for the female cultivator on the auction stage to drop the hammer. However, he did not expect that just as the female cultivator on the stage was about to drop the hammer and close the deal, the young master of the realm of ice Nether's lazy voice suddenly rang out. 300,000 spirit crystals for the great Nether Lotus. This situation immediately made Yen Chutian's heart tighten. Could it be that the young master of the realm of ice Nether had discovered something? However, Yen Chutian soon realized that he was thinking too much. After the young master of the realm of ice Nether called out the price, he continued to call out the price of the other unsold items. How could Yen Chutian not understand? The young master of the realm of ice Nether was clearly disgusting people. Although the cultivators in the auction were annoyed, they did not dare to say anything. After all, the other party was the young master of the realm of ice Nether. Since they had called out the price earlier, they naturally had their eyes on the unsold items. How could they give up so easily? They could only continue to call out the price. Yen Chutian could only call out the price again, increasing it by 10,000 spirit crystals. He originally thought that the young master of the realm of ice Nether would give up. However, he continued to call out the price of several unsold items, including the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus that Yen Chutian had his eyes on. Even though Yen Chutian had always been extremely steady, he still felt annoyed that the young master was calling out the price again and again just to fool around. However, Yen Chutian knew that he could not overdo it at this time. He only needed to show a little anger. Otherwise, the young master would notice that something was amiss, and that would be the real problem. He called out the price of 410,000 spirit crystals again. This time, the young master of the realm of ice Nether did not call out the price. Instead, he turned around and left the auction house with a sneer. All the auctioneers were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, the young master of the realm of ice Nether was the young master of the realm of ice. Offending him in the hinterland of the 5 great realms was tantamount to courting death. However, Yen Chutian deeply remembered the young master of the realm of ice Nether. Because of his casual behavior, he had to pay more than half of the spirit crystals. If he had the chance, he would definitely let him have a taste of his own medicine. All in all, when Yen Chutian left the auction house of the Great Zhou dynasty, he was naturally happy, but also a little angry. After all, he had obtained a Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus. If he used it well, he would be able to cultivate the 2nd origin fragmentary star mark to the 3rd origin fragmentary star mark. At that time, he would have another powerful trump card. After obtaining the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus, Yen Chutian returned to the tavern. In his opinion, the reason why he had been searching for these 3 precious materials was most likely because they were not common. Instead of searching everywhere, he might as well wait for the right opportunity or ask for them directly. As for now, he should focus on cultivating the 3rd origin fragmentary star mark first. After returning the borrowed spirit crystals to Zhu Yun and informing him that he was going to do closed-door training, Zhu Yun was very considerate to stand guard for Yen Chutian. Yen Chutian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now, his position in the vice-sect leader's heart was indeed not what it used to be. After half a day of closed-door training, Yen Chutian adjusted himself to the best state, then slowly took out the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus. The Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus was similar to the Great Nether Lotus. Only a few golden spots on the roots could be distinguished. At the same time, the parts near the roots were where the essence of the entire Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus was located. However, for the current Yen Chutian, there was no such difference. Even if it was just a tiny bit, he would not let it go. It took Yen Chutian 2 days to refine the entire Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus. Therefore, it was not until 2 days later that Yen Chutian channeled the refined Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus into his body and began to cultivate the 3rd origin fragmentary star mark. However, just as Yen Chutian began to cultivate the 3rd origin fragmentary star mark, Suddenly there was some movement in the center of his dantian, which made Yen Chutian very surprised. When he saw the source of the movement, his face suddenly became ecstatic, because the source of the movement was the wisp of mysterious yang qi kindling. Yen Chutian was naturally not satisfied with cultivating the mysterious yang qi to the second level, but since then, he could not find a way to improve it, so he could only put it aside. Now, he had not found a way, but the wisp of kindling had taken the initiative to move. Could it be that the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus could promote its advancement? Thinking of this, how could Yen Chutian hesitate? He immediately channeled all the refined Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus juice into his dantian and surrounded the wisp of kindling. However, reality soon broke Yen Chutian's beautiful idea. The kindling was indeed absorbing the juice to strengthen itself, but it was not the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus juice, but the golden dots contained in it. This made Yen Chutian quickly understand that what the mysterious yang qi kindling needed was a kind of metal that the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus took root in. In other words, if he wanted to improve his mysterious yang qi, he could start from a similar direction. After all, the number of golden dots in a Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus was very small. In a moment, all the golden dots were absorbed, and then the mysterious yang qi kindling conveyed a feeling of hunger. This made Yen Chutian try to appease it, but at the same time, there was a kind of expectation in his heart, because from this moment on, he had found a way to improve his mysterious yang qi again, so he was naturally looking forward to what kind of joy it would bring him after his mysterious yang qi advanced to the third level. When the time came, his overall strength would soar by a lot. After that, Yen Chutian still did not forget to cultivate the third origin fragmentary star mark, but at this time, the third origin fragmentary star mark could not compare to the joy that the mysterious yang qi brought to Yen Chutian. Chapter 246. However, there was not much time left for Yen Chutian. When he came out of seclusion, there were only 2 days left before he entered the antiquity relic. At the same time, this bustling city became more and more popular because of this grand event. Auction houses, even the black market, were becoming more and more open. Needless to say, every auction house was packed to the brim with people. Even the black market, which was usually sparsely populated, was filled with people. In this bustling city, some gambling businesses were born. Some people listed almost all the geniuses participating in the grand event and even introduced them. It could be said that they were very resourceful. Come, come, come. Don't miss out on this. Let's see which genius will be able to obtain a bountiful harvest from the ancient ruins and take the lead in the upcoming grand event. Everyone, come and place your bets for the number 1 genius in your hearts. Under the enthusiastic promotion, countless people were attracted. They flipped through the booklets introducing the various geniuses and started to place their bet. After a lot of excitement, the young masters and disciples of the 5 major regions were in the lead. After all, in the past, these people were always at the forefront of the grand event. Even if they did not make a profit, they would not lose a lot of money. However, some people wanted to play it safe, while others would put all their eggs in one basket and bet on the second-tier genius. This was because if they bet on the second-tier genius, their odds would be much higher than those geniuses from the 5 major regions. In the past, there were such examples. The latecomers would surpass the seniors and shock everyone. This time, there was an additional segment of the antiquity relic, which made the possibility of such a thing happening even greater. If a second-tier genius could obtain a huge opportunity in the antiquity relic, he might really be able to rise up against the heavens and suppress many famous geniuses. However, even with such a gimmick, there were still too few people who would bet on the disciples of the second-tier forces. Even if there were, they would bet on the disciples of the Divine Heavens sect or the Great Heavenly Palace. When it came to Yen Chutian, there was almost no one. There were only 2 days left, but in these 2 days, Yen Chutian still did not give up on finding the natural treasures that Qiu Yu needed, or the Tianmu golden lotus that he needed. Unfortunately, he returned in disappointment. Just as he was about to give up on the search and return to the inn to make some preparations, he immediately saw such a gambling house on the streets. Curious, Yan Chutian walked closer and glanced around. He was not surprised to see Zhou Ling and the other young masters of the 5 major regions at the top of the list. However, when he saw that his name was at the bottom of the list, he could not help but feel a little depressed. No matter what, he was one of the top 10 geniuses in the heaven realm. But now, in this mortal world, he was not even ranked. If this were to spread to the heaven realm, countless people would laugh their heads off. However, it didn't matter since no one was betting on him. Yan Chutian happily took out all the remaining spirit crystals he had and placed them under his name. Yan Chutian's odds were extremely high, so if he could enter the top 10 or even the top 50, he would not lose money. The higher he went, the more spirit crystals he could obtain. Thinking of such a huge gain, even Yan Chutian could not help but laugh out loud. This was because spirit crystals were practically falling from the sky for free. Only Yan Chutian was happy, but he did not know that some people beside him, including the banker, were looking at him as if he was an idiot. Yan Chutian did not hide his face, so they all knew that he had placed a bet on himself. Although this kind of example was rare, it was understandable and could be considered as cheering for himself. However, no matter how happy he was, no matter how many spirit crystals he invested, it was equivalent to a drop of water. Could it be that he still hoped that he could rise against the heavens and win a total victory? However, everyone knew that he was after all a genius from a second-rate force, so they did not want to offend him easily. They secretly laughed in their hearts and ignored him. As for Yan Chutian, he had already walked away from the crowd and returned to the inn. The last night before the primordial ruins arrived quickly. This night was destined to be chaotic in many places. For example, in the inn where Yan Chutian was staying, the 3 of them were all gathered by Zhu Yun and earnestly advised again and again. Only when the night was deep did Zhu Yun let the 3 of them go to rest and quietly wait for the dawn of the next day. In the depths of an extremely large and prosperous residence in the Central Plains city, there was an old man with a head full of white hair and a vertical eye in the middle of his brows quietly sitting cross-legged on a stone. Even though this old man seemed to have 1 foot in his coffin, his strength and cultivation were incomparably powerful. He was one of the few most powerful people known in the entire Central Plains. Therefore, his identity was obvious. He was one of the top figures in one of the 5 major regions. Whoosh! In the depths of the nearly sealed residence, there was suddenly the sound of wind whistling. When he heard this sound, the old man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed seemed to know something. He hurriedly opened his old but not turbid eyes. When he opened his eyes, he immediately caught a glimpse of a black-clothed figure sitting quietly on a stone chair beside the stone table in the room. When he saw the black-clothed figure suddenly appear, the first thing this white-haired old man, who had always been in a high position and temperamental, thought of was not to reprimand. Instead, he hurriedly got up from the stone and knelt before the black-clothed figure. "Greetings, my lord." The old man knelt for a long time before a cold laugh slowly came from the direction of the black-clothed figure. "Not bad. You are much more sensible than before." Hearing this, the white-haired old man could only get up and smile awkwardly. It was not that he did not resist, but even his elder brother was seriously injured and unconscious. What could he do? Furthermore, he had been poisoned. Between his life and his dignity, he had ultimately chosen his life. "How is everything I told you going?" the black-clothed figure continued to ask. His indifferent voice did not carry any tone. "My lord, the basic arrangements have been carried out secretly. However, if you want to complete everything, you can only wait for everyone's attention to be attracted to the ancient ruins." "Yes." The black-clothed figure seemed to nod lightly. Then, the black figure actually gradually became illusory. Only a faint laugh gently sounded in the room. Follow my will. In the future, you will naturally be the king of this insignificant mortal world. Otherwise, I think you should know what will happen to your elder brother. When the faint laugh truly disappeared, the white-haired old man was unknowingly covered in sweat. Then, he sat down on the stone chair in a panic. When faced with the black-clothed figure, he really could not summon any thoughts of resisting. He only felt that it was extremely difficult for any of the domain masters in the mortal world to be his opponent, let alone defeat him. Therefore, he really did not have any thoughts of resisting. Moreover, if he could be the king of the mortal world, this was really very attractive to him. Night came quickly and left quickly as well. When the first ray of sunlight broke through the darkness and descended on the earth, there were already impatient cultivators who hurriedly gathered above a valley on the east side of Zhongyuan City. This was the place where the ancient ruins were about to open. Although they were not the geniuses who would participate, it would be extremely good if they could grab a good spot to watch the ancient ruins. Therefore, before any of the geniuses from the various factions had arrived, a large number of spectators had already gathered around this valley. As far as the eye could see, there were countless people, forming one wave after another. At the same time, Yan Chutian, Qiu Yu and Luo Shui had just stood still in the inn's courtyard. Then, after Zhu Yun warned him again, he finally flew up and headed straight to the east side of Zhongyuan City. A moment later, after looking at the countless spectators around the valley, even though Yan Chutian was used to such a grand spectacle, his expression still slightly fluctuated. Even though it was only a slight change, it was enough to make Qiu Yu beside him feel it. She could not help but ask softly, "What's wrong?" Slightly turning around to look at the beautiful face of the young girl beside him, Yan Chutian smiled slightly and replied softly, "Nothing, I just suddenly felt a little emotional. When I was discovered by that ghost lord, I never thought that I would experience such a scene again, let alone see you again." Yan Chutian's ability to spout words of love at any time and any place was getting better and better. Even Qiu Yu was somewhat unable to bear it. Her beautiful face flushed red as she fiercely rolled her eyes at Yan Chutian before straightening her face. Chapter 247. When Zhu Yun landed in the valley, Yan Chutian had already returned to normal. His expression was indifferent as he scanned the surroundings. When he came into contact with the disciples of the other second-rate forces or the audience, he remained calm. Only when he came into contact with Yan Ningzhu from the 100-Flower Palace did he smile faintly and nod in greeting. Seeing this, Yan Ningzhu also quickly smiled and nodded, showing her best demeanor. This made the senior sister from the 100-Flower Palace, who had also advanced, sigh softly and feel somewhat helpless. She naturally knew that Yan Chutian and Zhou Ling, one of the young masters of the Fire Profound domain, had fought tit-for-tat for Yan Ningzhu in Zhongyuan City. Immediately after, she began to ask about the specific situation with concern. However, no matter how she asked, Yan Ningzhu was vague and did not say anything at all. This made her senior sister feel very helpless. She could see that Yan Ningzhu was obviously interested in Yan Chu from the Tianji sect, and Yan Chutian seemed to be in love with her junior sister as well. However, if this was the case, who was the intimate woman beside Yan Chutian? Moreover, why was there a young master of the Fire Profound domain among them? If it were others, they might be able to deal with it easily. However, it was not so easy to deal with a young master from the 5 major regions. The sky was filled with light and shadows that continued to gather towards the mountain valley. Many proud figures of prided geniuses or slender and elegant women descended upon the land of the mountain valley. Naturally, many of them were Yan Chutian's old friends, such as the team from the Great Heaven Hall and the Divine Heavens sect. In the direction of the Divine Heavens sect, the chief elder's cold and piercing gaze was directed at Yan Chutian. Even though he was not close, he still felt as if there was a sharp blade on his back. Yen Chutian never doubted that if the chief elder of the Divine Heavens sect was given a chance, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Unfortunately, he would not have such a chance. With so many figures descending, there would naturally be heaven's favored women from the first-rate forces. There were not many first-rate forces. Apart from the top 8 first-rate forces, there were no more than 10 or 20 first-rate forces. Therefore, without exception, the appearance of every heaven's pride from a first-rate force would cause quite a commotion. Especially when the heaven's pride from a first-rate force became the 8 greats. Look, that's the top genius of the Yin-Yang Gate. Although the Yin-Yang Gate isn't one of the 8 first-rate forces, it's still very strong. It's not far from the 8 first-rate forces. Those are the proud daughters of heaven from the distant mortal palace. The distant mortal palace is one of the 8 great first-rate powers. Moreover, they mainly recruit women. Each and every one of them is a peerless beauty. Silence. The saintesses of the Li Chun Palace are not people you can speak of. Putua Temple, that is the pride of Putua Temple. He is truly heroic and extraordinary. Sigh, what a pity. The proud sons of Putua Temple have never been close to women in their entire life. They are very particular about calmness. Otherwise, I might be able to have a romantic relationship with these geniuses. Bah! Don't disgust me, take a look at your round face. You. The crowd around the valley had already started a lively discussion, fervently discussing every famous heaven's pride that appeared. And this atmosphere completely exploded when the disciples of the 5 major regions and their young masters appeared. The 5 major regions were the largest forces in the entire Central Plains and even the mortal world. Naturally, the heavens' prides from their forces were more highly regarded. However, Yen Chutian only knew the names and identities of these top figures who were known to almost everyone. The only ones who had interacted with him were Zhou Ling from the Fire Xian region and Yi Xian, the young master of the Nether Ice region, whom he had a grudge with at the Great Zhou auction house. However, between the two of them, Yi Xian was completely unaware of this so-called grudge. He had even forgotten about what had happened that day. After all, in his opinion, he had only teased a few small shrimp. Why would he care about such a trivial matter? However, Yi Xian did not care. Zhou Ling had deeply remembered Yen Chutian. As his gaze swept over, he quickly locked onto Yen Chutian. In the face of Zhou Ling's fierce gaze, Yen Chutian only glanced back indifferently and then turned away. It seemed that he did not care about the other party at all. Therefore, this situation naturally made Zhou Ling secretly angry. As his gaze became sharper, a cold sneer that only he could clearly hear rang out softly. I have to say, trash like you really knows how to anger people. What? As one of the young masters of the Fire Xian region, I can only watch as my love rival chat and laugh while I can only watch from afar? Beside Zhou Ling, there was an unrestrained mocking voice that suddenly rang out. It was a stooped young man. Except for his head, his limbs were covered under a wide black robe, revealing an inexplicable strangeness. This stooped young man was also the young master of the Fire Xian region. However, even if they were both young masters of the same region, it was impossible for them to have any friendly relations. This was because this grand event of geniuses, even if it would not directly determine the position of the young master, it would still play a large role. Among the young masters, which one of them did not desire the position of the young master? Therefore, Zhou Ling's expression was indifferent to the stooped young man as he replied coldly. It's not up to others to interfere with my affairs. As for you, you'd better mind your own business. Heh! The stooped young man looked resentful and did not say anything more. He turned around and waited quietly. He wanted to see if he could seize the opportunity this time and take the first place in the ancient ruins and the subsequent arena battles. What right did Zhou Ling have to be so arrogant in front of him? However, although the stooped young man had stopped talking, it did not mean that others did the same. For example, The spectators in the surrounding valleys had all heard of the famous rumor. Someone actually dares to compete with young Master Zhou for a woman. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Who does he think he is? And that woman, she actually doesn't understand young Master Zhou's gentleness. She doesn't know how lucky she is. What a fool. Sigh. When she regrets it later, I just hope she doesn't cry and beg young Master Zhou. Dense discussions rang out again, but this time, most of them were women. After all, in the eyes of many women, Zhou Ling was the best choice for a cultivation partner. But now, Zhou Ling seemed to have fallen in love with an unknown woman. How could they not be jealous? However, no matter how loud the clamor was, when a powerful aura came down from the sky, it finally completely silenced these voices. Looking up, they saw a stone mountain descending from the sky, slowly descending in the middle of the valleys that had already been prepared. This stone mountain was extremely strange. Its entire body emitted an ancient aura. At the same time, there were countless mysterious runes carved on the stone mountain. Even a casual glance at them would cause one to feel that they were extremely mysterious, and it was difficult to give rise to any intention of deciphering them. Even Yan Chutian felt that the stone mountain in front of him exuded a strong sense of mystery. Using his spiritual eye, he could not see much. At most, he could tell that this stone mountain seemed to have the ability to open space. Combined with the ancient ruins, Yan Chutian understood the general purpose of this stone mountain. It should be the medium to send them into the ancient ruins. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure surrounded by powerful spiritual energy descended. At the same time, a powerful voice was transmitted. This is Rune Mountain, the passage to the ancient ruins. When entering, Rune Mountain will automatically condense a spiritual talisman in the hand of the person who enters. There is only one spiritual talisman, so you must use it properly. As soon as the voice fell, the owner of the voice spoke again. All right, I won't say anything more. The ancient ruins will be opened soon. All participating disciples, prepare. In fact, there was no need to prepare anything. However, it was obvious that this was a high-ranking person from the 5 major regions, so everyone agreed symbolically. Immediately after, the high-ranking people from the 5 major regions who appeared around Rune Mountain activated their spiritual energy and injected it into the mountain. With the continuous injection of spiritual energy, the entire mountain, which was originally exuding a strong ancient aura, was filled with an even more shocking ancient aura than before. At the same time, the mysterious runes on the mountain began to slowly wriggle at this moment like a snake. Chapter 248. The black vortex rotated slowly like an endless black hole. It seemed that no matter what was swallowed, it would be difficult to get out. However, this was not an endless black hole. When the black vortex rotated slowly, there was no suction force. Instead, there was an extremely cold aura spreading out from the vortex. Even though they had not entered, it gave off a desolate feeling. But it made sense. Since it was an ancient ruin, it was natural that it would be desolate. However, the crowd did not have much time to feel. Soon, the deafening roars of the upper echelons of the 5 major regions could be heard. The ancient ruin has already opened. If you don't enter, what are you waiting for? As soon as the upper echelons of the 5 major regions finished speaking, the prides who had regained their senses no longer hesitated. They immediately jumped into the vortex above Rune Mountain. In such a huge crowd, the disciples of the 5 major regions were always the first to enter. After all, they were the closest group of people. However, not everyone would do so. For example, Zhou Ling and some of the other young masters or disciples of the 5 major regions did not insist on being the first to enter. Even though it seemed like they had the opportunity to enter first, it was ultimately a huge ancient ruin space. A small advantage was limited. Moreover, in their opinion, being the first to enter didn't mean anything. More often than not, it depended on one's own fate. In this regard, Yan Chutian and Zhou Ling had the same opinion. Even if one's status in the heaven realm was becoming more and more respected, one would not seize the so-called opportunity to enter a similar secret space because most of the time, it was just a waste of effort. But even with such thoughts in his heart, when Yan Chutian saw that Zhou Ling was also quietly waiting, he was unwilling to continue waiting. Because of Yan Ningzhu, he and Zhou Ling were already love rivals. Naturally, it was impossible for them to act together. Therefore, when the crowd had thinned out, Yan Chutian gestured to Qiu Yu and Luo Shui beside him. Then, spiritual energy surged around the two of them, fusing into a huge spiritual energy light shield, and they jumped into the vortex. After Yan Chutian entered, little did he know that Yan Ningzhu, who had witnessed this scene, was also unable to sit still. She hurriedly ordered her senior sisters of the 100 Flowers Palace to take action. The other girls might not have noticed the reason behind this, but that senior martial sister did. However, she could only sigh helplessly. Looking at Yan Ningzhu's anxious face, she said, "We should also prepare to move." As she moved, she let out a soft sigh that only Yan Ningzhu could hear. When you enter the ancient ruins, you will be randomly scattered. Only by using spiritual energy to form a spiritual energy shield can you prevent yourself from being scattered. Even if you catch up to him now, it will be very difficult for you to find him. Senior sister's words immediately made Yan Ningzhu blush. She originally thought that she had concealed it very well, but she didn't know that it had already been discovered. Naturally, she had nothing to say in response. She could only pretend that she hadn't heard anything and tried her best to calm her emotions. When the brief darkness in front of him quickly disappeared and returned to the light, Yan Chutian found that he had arrived in a vast and unfamiliar land. Beside him, there was no one else except Qiu Yu and Luo Shui, who were also a little confused. Yan Chutian naturally understood the reason behind this. Spatial transmissions were inherently unstable. Even if they were to activate their spiritual energy light shields, there was a possibility of it being scattered. Fortunately, they were not that unfortunate. At the same time, Yan Chutian immediately noticed that there was an extra stone talisman in his hand. The stone talisman was very ordinary, like an ordinary rock. However, if one observed it carefully, they would notice that this stone talisman faintly contained the power of space. It wasn't difficult to know that this was the spiritual talisman that could immediately transmit them out. However, Yan Chutian didn't want to experience this spiritual talisman transmission at all. He immediately stuffed it into the deepest part of his storage space. After he kept the stone talisman, he began to scan his surroundings. As he scanned his surroundings, a faintly discernible building entered his line of sight. Then, Qiu Yu and Luo Shui's eyes also fell on the vague building. They didn't expect that they would be so lucky to find such a suspected relic as soon as they appeared. Go! Then, they only heard Yan Chutian say one word, and the three of them immediately rushed in the direction of the vague relic. Since it was an ancient relic, it was natural that the greatest opportunity could only exist in similar relics. When the three of them appeared in front of the silent ruins, the first thing that entered their sights was not the ruins of ancient buildings that littered the ground. Instead, it was a black corpse that had been nailed to death by a bronze spear at the bottom of a collapsed stone pillar. Before they got close, the three of them seemed to feel the strong resentment around the black corpse. Obviously, this black corpse was extremely unwilling when it died. However, the three of them didn't pay attention to this. Instead, they were surprised that this black corpse could still emit resentment after being dead for so many years. Its cultivation when it was alive was at least at the peak of the Yuanying realm, or even higher. Above the elixir realm was Yuanying, and above the Yuanying realm was Tianfu realm. This black corpse might have been a Tianfu realm practitioner when it was alive. The Tianfu realm had reached a level where it was enough to attract the attention of many practitioners in the heaven realm. Although it was still ordinary in the eyes of Yan Chutian, it really couldn't be ignored. The Tianfu realm was already the top level of the 5 major regions in the outside world, but it was easily nailed to death here. If this news spread out, countless people would be shocked. However, no matter what, this was something that happened a long time ago. This once prosperous land had now become a historical site. Therefore, the three of them did not panic. They only swept their eyes over the black corpse that had been nailed to death and continued to walk towards the inner area. Bypassing the black corpse that was nailed to death, the interior was a scene of broken walls and ruins. As far as the eye could see, nearly half of all the ancient buildings had collapsed, and their entire bodies were emitting a thick aura of vicissitudes and dust. It wasn't hard to imagine how long this scene of decline had lasted. This scene inevitably made Yan Chutian sigh softly. After all, no matter how powerful a force used to be, there would be a day when it would fall and turn into a desolation like this. However, he knew that he didn't enter this place to sigh, so as his gaze swept, he tried his best to search for all the relics that existed. Perhaps there were things that were of extraordinary value to him. And as expected, after searching for a while, he found a sealed pill bottle that had never been opened before in some of the crevices. However, when Yan Chutian slowly opened it, he found that the pill inside immediately turned into dust and dissipated as soon as the pill bottle was opened. Moreover, when he opened the pill bottle, he couldn't smell any medicinal fragrance, only a faint smell of decay. After a long time, no matter how well preserved a pill is, it has already disappeared with the passage of time. Qiu Yu's regretful whisper sounded, and how could Yan Chutian and Luo Shui not understand what she meant? Time was the most terrifying thing in this world. Could make too many things pass away. The so-called eternal emotions, the so-called unparalleled experts, and the pills in their hands were the same. As they continued to search, the three of them still found many scattered pill bottles and even some spiritual weapons. However, even though these pills and spiritual weapons used to be of extremely high quality and had extraordinary value, they were now extremely decayed. The pills had decayed into dust and dissipated, and the spiritual weapons had become scrap iron, rusty and tattered everywhere. Such a situation happened too many times, and even Yan Chutian no longer had much hope of finding any extraordinary relics. However, just as his interest waned, a clear green light suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Looking straight ahead, he saw that on top of a once magnificent palace, there were green vines spreading out, flickering with green light. Following Yan Chutian, the two girls were also attracted by the green light. Without exception, the three of them quickly thought of spiritual plants. After all, in these collapsed ruins, they hadn't seen the slightest bit of green, which meant that the grass of the mortal world couldn't grow here, so what else could it be other than spiritual plants? Chapter 249. Stepping into the collapsed and dilapidated palace, the first thing that entered their eyes was not the imagined lush greenery, but corpses lying on the ground. As far as the eye could see, the number of corpses within the hall was close to 100. Compared to the corpses that they had occasionally seen in the corners, this place was like hell. Moreover, with so many corpses lying on the ground, regardless of their previous cultivation, they had accumulated a huge amount of resentment that lingered in this palace. Even if the resentment was invisible and could not hurt people, it could make the three of them feel very depressed. It was as if they could see the appearance of these people when they died a long time ago. It was difficult to look directly at them. After such a tragic scene, the three of them finally saw a huge vine in the corner of the palace. The huge vine drilled out from the ground and directly pierced through the roof of the palace, as if it wanted to reach the sky. What was surprising was that such a spirit plant in a sea of resentment did not give people any sense of eeriness. Instead, it was filled with a faint holy aura. This situation was surprising. After all, no matter what, plants that grew in an environment would have a corresponding aura. But this vine was the opposite or even completely different. So in the end, Yan Chutian could only sigh. Perhaps only this sentence could explain the situation in front of them. Since they had discovered the spirit plant, Yan Chutian naturally scanned every part of the spirit plant, looking for possible spirit fruit. Not letting down Yan Chutian's expectations, after looking around, a dark red fruit the size of a thumb appeared in his sight. This fruit did not exist alone, but would appear at a certain distance. Moreover, the closer to the top of the vine, the brighter the color of the fruit, dark red. It seems that our luck is really good. Yan Chutian turned around and smiled at the two women. Since there was a spirit fruit, they would not return empty-handed. Hearing this, Qiu Yu also revealed a smile. Although she did not need too much external help, this spirit fruit could be of great help to Yan Chutian, so she was very happy. However, when he recalled the rumors of Yan Chutian and Yan Ningzhu having an ambiguous relationship, even though he knew the reason behind it, Qiu Yu restrained his smile and glared at Yan Chutian. "What are you laughing at? Quickly go and take it off." Seeing this, although Yan Chutian didn't understand what was going on, he sensed Qiu Yu's anger and didn't want to ask for a rebuff. He quickly smiled and listened to her, climbing up the cliff along the vines. A moment later, all the spirit fruits on the vine were swept clean by Yan Chutian. He wouldn't leave them behind. Otherwise, it would only benefit the other so-called Heaven's Pride experts who found this place. After plucking all the spirit fruits on the vine, Yan Chutian naturally had a bountiful harvest. The number of spirit fruits reached an astonishing 12. 12 spirit fruits for 3 people. This was easy to divide, 4 for each person. It was fair. The flow of space in the ancient ruins was different from the outside world. Therefore, they had been here for about a year and a half. Therefore, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't hide the 4 spirit fruits and immediately ate them. Even if it was only to consolidate his cultivation of the 4th layer of elixir, it would be good. Like him, the 2 women who received the spirit fruits also ate the spirit fruits on the spot and quickly refined them. Even if they carried the spirit fruits with them, they were still external objects. How could it be better to directly transform them into a part of one's cultivation? The unknown spirit fruit glowed slightly when it entered his mouth, but when the refinement began, the rolling medicinal power contained inside quickly spread out, turning into pure spiritual energy that continuously flowed into Yan Chutian's dantian, filling up any trace of emptiness. However, what surprised Yan Chutian was that when the refined spirit fruit's medicinal power flowed into his dantian, the mysterious yang qi fire seed that had been silent for a long time actually moved again, with a unique attractive force sweeping over, stripping the substance from the medicinal power and absorbing it. Others wouldn't know about this scene, but as the owner of this body, how could Yan Chutian not know? What's more, he could clearly feel that the substance that was extracted from the profound yang qi fire seed was very similar to the substance that was extracted from the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus when he was refining it. Thinking of this, how could Yan Chutian not make the connection? Could it be that the spirit fruit contained something similar to the metal contained in the Heavenly Mother Golden Lotus? If this was the case, wouldn't he have found an opportunity to upgrade his mysterious yang qi? At this moment, Yan Chutian's heart was filled with joy, and he couldn't wait any longer, so he hurriedly refined and absorbed the 4 spirit fruits, then quickly got up and looked at the bottom of the vine. Where did the metal substance contained in the spirit fruit come from? It naturally came from the vine, so if there really was some strange metal, it must exist at the root of the spirit plant. Shifting his gaze, Qiu Yu and Luo Shui were still sitting cross-legged, so Yan Chutian didn't intend to disturb the two. After condensing a spiritual energy light curtain for the 2 of them to block any movement, he hid his excitement and walked step by step towards the root of the spirit plant. Quickly walking to the root of the spirit plant, Yan Chutian quickly dug down along the root. It may be difficult for mortals to dig, but for a cultivator like Yan Chutian, it was naturally not difficult. After digging to a depth of several feet, Yan Chutian indeed discovered something different. The root of this spirit plant was indeed concealing a mystery. He saw the vines spread, and a sealed stone room appeared below. This underground stone room had been sealed for many years. Even if the vines spread along the ground, it didn't reveal the slightest aura. It was only because Yen Chutian suddenly opened it that it reappeared in the world. An extremely strong rotten aura spread out, but Yen Chutian would not be deterred by such a rotten aura. He immediately jumped into the stone room and glanced around with the help of the dim light. Soon, his eyes locked on the stone box on the stone platform in the center of the stone room. The root of the spirit plant was also this vine. He saw a small root growing out from the cracks of the stone box, and then breaking out from the dome above. It kept growing crazily and finally grew into a giant tree. Yen Chutian suddenly understood why such a vine could grow like a giant tree. It was so strange, but he had no impression of it in his mind. It should be the thing inside the stone box that caused the vine to mutate and grow so big, like a towering tree. It was also because of this that Yen Chutian became more interested in the things that might be inside this stone box. Even if it was not the strange metal that he had imagined, it would certainly be something extraordinary. But at this point, Yen Chutian became more careful. Such a place was very similar to a hidden secret room, and the stone box on the stone platform was naturally like a treasure that was protected in the secret room. In such a place, it was very likely that layers of protection were set up, and the purpose was to protect the thing inside the stone box. So if he acted rashly, he was afraid that his end would be very miserable. But then again, when Yen Chutian rushed into the stone room, he was already acting rashly, but the stone room was still calm, and no danger appeared. Could it be that with the passage of time, all the mechanisms have been destroyed? After pondering for a while, Yen Chutian naturally thought of this possibility. It was impossible for things to exist forever, and those mechanisms and dangers could of course decay. And the situation in front of him seemed to be the best explanation. But with a cautious attitude, Yen Chutian did not act rashly. Instead, he transformed his spiritual power, and used his spiritual power hand to slowly open the dusty stone box. As the stone box was opened, there was also an ancient smell of decay, but it was still not as dangerous as Yen Chutian was worried about. This made Yen Chutian calm down a little. Maybe there was no danger set up here. Of course, it was also possible that with the passage of time, those so-called dangers had been destroyed and lost their effect. So next, Yen Chutian's gaze naturally fell on the inside of the stone box. Looking at it, he saw a short sword lying quietly in the stone box. But although it was a short sword, Yen Chutian could only vaguely recognize it, because this short sword had already decayed and many parts had even disappeared, leaving only remnants. Chapter 250. The world was so big and full of wonders. There were countless strange materials that could be used to make spiritual weapons or formations. However, among these materials, most practitioners still believed that the most primitive metal materials were the most amazing. However, among the many metals, there was naturally a distinction between high and low. The highest grade of metal was some of the mystical metals known as the mother of all metals. The word mother had already explained its strangeness. There were even strong practitioners who once said that the countless metal materials in the world were all derived from various kinds of mother of gold. The mother of gold was the source of all metal materials. When he was in the heaven realm, Yen Chutian was lucky enough to see the mother of gold. That was in an auction. A piece of mother of gold the size of a finger was auctioned at a sky-high price. Even Yen Chutian was shocked at that time. It should be known that Yen Chutian was already the first disciple of the Firmament Palace at that time. He was also one of the top 10 prides of the heaven realm. Yen Chutian did not know whether the metal in the stone box in front of him was mother of gold or not. However, the metal luster that was still flashing after so many years did not seem to be eroded by time. It was difficult for Yen Chutian not to think that it was mother of gold. If it was not mother of gold, it would be fine. However, if it was mother of gold, even if the amount of mother of gold in the stone box was only about half a palm, it was still an unimaginable value. because a piece of mother of gold the size of a finger could be auctioned at a sky-high price. How much would the value of half a palm be? When he thought of that possibility, even Yen Chutian, one of the top 10 prides of the heaven realm, was deeply shocked. Therefore, he did not realize that a beautiful figure had appeared behind him without him knowing. This is Tianyang, mother of gold? The similarly shocked voice of the young girl immediately sounded. Yen Chutian was indeed shocked. When he came back to his senses and saw that the figure that suddenly appeared behind him was Qiuyu, he calmed down. After recovering, Yen Chutian of course caught the keyword in Qiuyu's words. Tianyang, mother of gold. This is Tianyang, mother of gold? Yes. Qiuyu's pretty face was solemn, without the slightest hint of a smile. She stared intently at the shiny metal within the stone box on the stone platform in front of Yen Chutian, shock still flickering in the depths of her beautiful eyes. When I was in the heaven realm, I once flipped through some remote books. Among them, there were some books that described the mother gold. The books even listed nearly 10 types of mother gold. It's just that it's hard to find one kind of mother metal in the heaven realm, let alone 10 kinds. So I just thought that the book was just making things up. But I didn't expect the book to be true. She had always thought that what was written in the book was fake. She had only read it out of curiosity. But now that she had seen the mother of Tianyang gold described in the book, how could she still think that the description was fake? The records about the mother gold were clearly real. Qiuyu was extremely shocked when he thought about how someone had seen almost 10 types of mother gold. Mother gold, even she had never seen one before. And when she was alive, she could be considered to be quite famous in the heaven realm. Hearing Qiuyu's words, Yen Chutian also confirmed the true identity of the strange metal in the stone box. Tianyang, mother of gold. She was sure that Qiuyu wouldn't make things up. Moreover, from what she said, the description of Tianyang, mother of gold, was exactly the same as the description in front of her. Then, other than Tianyang, mother of gold, what else could it be? Perhaps it was Yen Chutian's misconception, but when he approached the Tianyang, mother of gold in the stone box, he actually felt the profound yang qi fire seed in his dantian become incomparably restless. It was even more intense than when he was refining the heavenly mother golden lotus or the spirit fruit from before. This made Yen Chutian immediately understand that his profound yang qi needed to refine and absorb strange metals to advance. Among the strange metals, the mother of gold was naturally the most precious. If it was an ordinary cultivation technique that required mother of gold, Yen Chutian would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, he cultivated the profound yang scripture. Even if he didn't believe it at first, Yen Chutian had no choice but to believe it. With this thought, Yen Chutian's heart naturally became restless. The opportunity for the profound yang qi to advance was right in front of him. How could he remain calm? Therefore, Yen Chutian quickly explained the situation to Qiuyu. Hearing this, Qiuyu also smiled faintly, her heart filled with joy. It was as if she was the one who was going to use the mother of gold to cultivate. You can rest assured and cultivate. I will guard the entrance for you. No one will be able to come in and disturb you. With Qiuyu taking action, Yen Chutian was naturally relieved. After nodding his head, Qiuyu rushed out of the stone room and rushed to the entrance at the top of the spirit plant. At the same time, she looked over and saw that Luo Shui was already in a state of breakthrough. Obviously, the effect of the 4 spirit fruits had already allowed her cultivation, which had reached the peak of the 4th level of elixir, to smoothly break through. Therefore, Qiuyu could only act as Yen Chutian's guard and Luo Shui's protector. Otherwise, if someone suddenly disturbed them, the outcome of the two would be ugly. In the underground stone room, Yen Chutian had already sat cross-legged in front of the stone platform. Then he carefully reached into the stone box and grabbed all the trivial remnants of the mother of gold. Next, there was no need for him to do anything. The wisp of mysterious yang energy kindling in the depths of his dantian took the initiative to lift the beam. An endless stream of mysterious yang energy continuously emerged from Yan Chutian's hand, wrapping up the Tianyang Mother of Gold. Yan Chutian was happy to see this situation because he didn't need to worry about it at all. Moreover, looking at the situation, the advancement of the mysterious yang energy was already set in stone. It just needed time. And now, he didn't lack time. Time always passed very quickly when one was in seclusion. As if in the blink of an eye, a month passed. As for Luo Shui, it naturally didn't take a month. In just 2 days, she successfully broke through and smoothly stepped into the 5th level of elixir. But when she learned from Qiu Yu that Yan Chutian was still in seclusion, she also entered seclusion. After all, her cultivation had just broken through and now she needed a lot of time to consolidate. One day after a month, Qiu Yu and Luo Shui were still sitting cross-legged. But suddenly, the two opened their eyes as if they sensed something and swept their eyes in a certain direction. That was the root of the huge spirit plant. "It's about to advance," Qiu Yu whispered softly. She knew that this should be the time for Yan Chutian's mysterious yang energy to advance. If it succeeds, he will smoothly break through to the 3rd grade mysterious yang energy. If it fails, all his previous efforts will be in vain. Although Luo Shui didn't understand what Yan Chutian was cultivating, she knew that this should be a critical moment, so she subconsciously kept scanning the surroundings to eliminate any possible interference. Because the more important it was at this time, the more important it was to not be disturbed by the outside world, or the consequences would be serious. But Qiu Yu and Luo Shui were really too worried. Yan Chutian in the stone room was very calm at this moment. In this month, the advancement of the mysterious yang energy was almost completely independent. There was no need for him to intervene at all, so Yan Chutian took the time to cultivate the mysterious yang energy condensation. Although the mysterious yang energy condensation was different from the mysterious yang energy, it didn't require a breakthrough level by level, but it required a long time of repeated cultivation in order to make its effect continue to rise. Chi. The sound of lava extinguishing sounded softly. Yan Chutian felt something and looked towards the depths of his dantian. But this glance gave him another fright, because the wisp of profound yang energy flame seed was pulsating incessantly, and it actually showed signs of extinguishing. This of course made Yan Chutian panic, because if the fire seed was extinguished, it meant that his cultivation of the mysterious yang energy had failed. Not to mention the mysterious yang hand or mysterious yang finger, even the tempered mysterious yang body would gradually weaken until it completely disappeared. However, just as Yan Chutian was at a loss of what to do, the dimming mysterious yang energy fire seed suddenly jumped violently, and then an incomparably rich golden light shone. Wherever the light passed, all the derived mysterious yang energy slowly rotated according to some kind of rhythm. At the same time, Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised to find that the derived mysterious yang energy was undergoing some kind of mysterious change. This was obviously the transformation to the 3rd grade mysterious yang energy. This also meant that the wisp of fire seed had been promoted to the 3rd grade mysterious yang energy. The ups and downs of the changes caught even Yan Chutian off guard. He was a little stunned, but the result was good. The mysterious yang energy was successfully promoted. Next, as long as he continued to temper the 3rd grade mysterious yang body step by step and cultivate the mysterious yang energy that he had been coveting for a long time, his strength would make a huge leap. Chapter 251. The price to pay for the advancement of the profound yang qi was the depletion of Tianyang's mother gold. Although the tempering of the profound yang body was urgent, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry. After all, he had been in seclusion for more than a month. If he continued his seclusion, Qiu Yu would be extremely worried. Therefore, Yan Chutian stood up and changed into a simple set of clothes before leaping out of the stone chamber. Following the excavated tunnel, she returned to the collapsed palace. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but when he returned to the ground, he sensed several unfamiliar auras appear in his scattered perception. They had already entered this broken ruin. At the same time, Qiuyu, who was looking at Yan Chutian, was slightly happy. Then, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked in a certain direction outside the hall. Obviously, she had also sensed the auras that Yan Chutian had sensed. "Someone is coming," Luo Shui's cold voice softly sounded. The commotion caused by Yan Chutian just now was not big, but it was not small either. Therefore, it was normal for other people to be attracted. If Yan Chutian had not come out of seclusion, it would have been extremely troublesome. But now that he had come out of seclusion, there would naturally not be too much of a problem. Because even if they were no match for the people who came, they could still think of a way to escape. However, she did not make a decision in the end. Instead, she looked at Yan Chutian, waiting for him to make the final decision. Seeing this, Yan Chutian did not hold back and immediately said, "Since there are guests here, then no matter what, I have to meet them." Yan Chutian was not a warlike person, which was why he called them guests. But of course, if the other party insisted on fighting, then he would not be afraid of fighting. Now that the profound Yang Qi had advanced, he could take the opportunity to see how powerful it was. In just a short moment, several auras appeared around the hall. After taking a few steps, Yan Chutian saw the faces of the people who came. Even if it was just a glance, it was enough to make Yan Chutian sever all thoughts of getting along with them. Because the tall, white-faced youth leading the group was none other than Lu Qing, a Tao disciple of the divine heaven sect's Lu clan. In the test outside the Myriad Star Valley that day, Yan Chutian and the other two had taken away their spiritual platform opportunity. How could there be any possibility of reconciliation at this time? When Yan Chutian looked at Lu Qing's sharp eyes also looked at him. The first time he saw Yan Chutian, even this Lu clan's Taoist was stunned for a moment before a look of joy surfaced on his face. He didn't expect that the guy he wanted to tear into pieces would appear in front of him so quickly. "Ha ha! Back then, under the Myriad Star Tree you escaped. Today, in the ancient ruins, your luck has finally run out. Today, I, the Taoist, will trample you under my feet so that you will never be able to rise again." Accompanying Lu Qing's cold laughter, the black-clothed youth beside him also grinned coldly. His white teeth flashed with a heart-palpitating cold light. He was none other than the other Taoist of the Lu clan, the black-clothed Taoist who felt humiliated in front of the spiritual platform that day. Back then, you ants were lucky enough to borrow the spiritual platform. Today you won't be so lucky. I, Lu Xiang, want to see what you can do?" Following Lu Qing and Lu Xiang was a Lu clan disciple. Although he did not say anything, he also looked at the three people in the hall with a cold smile. Back then, it was the other party who had caused him to lose the spiritual platform opportunity. Otherwise, he might have been able to touch the 6th level of the elixir. Today, he met the culprit. Even if he could not kill them, he had to force them out of the ancient ruins. Seeing that it was Lu Qing and the others, Yan Chutian knew that there was no possibility of being friendly with them. However, today was different from the past. Back then, he still had to rely on the spiritual platform to set up a formation. However, the current him was no longer afraid of a 6th-level elixir cultivator. Not to mention that his cultivation had already broken through to the 4th level of the elixir. His Xianyang Qi had also advanced to the 3rd grade. Although he had not refined the 3rd grade Xianyang body yet, just the 3rd grade Xianyang Qi alone would not disappoint him. Looking at the other party, Yan Chutian and Qiuyu were not very worried. Only Luo Shui seemed to frown slightly. After all, not to mention that Lu Qing and Lu Xiang were both at the 6th level of the elixir, even that Lu clan disciple was at the late stage of the 5th level of the elixir. As for herself, she had only stepped into the 5th level of the elixir for a month. Even if she fought with this Lu clan disciple, it was hard to say who would win. However, even if she was clear about this situation, Luo Shui was not very worried about the current situation. This was because she knew that the two people beside her were monstrous figures. What leapfrogging battle, leapfrogging to win, were already too many to count. The following situation was not out of Luo Shui's expectations. Yan Chutian quickly distributed the opponent. He took the initiative to face Lu Qing, Qiu Yu faced Lu Xiang, and she faced that Lu clan disciple. However, Luo Shui could accept this distribution, but Lu Qing and the others naturally could not accept it. They were the prides of the Divine Heavens sect, and two of them were Taoists. These disciples of the Divine Heavens sect were actually afraid and silently distributed the opponents. Could it be that they thought that they could defeat them? You don't know the difference between life and death. You think that you can fight with a real Taoist just because you defeated trash like Li Tianyi? Today, I will let you know the strength of a real Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect. Lu Qing shouted coldly, and a cold light surged in the depths of his eyes. He must trample on the other party and let him know how stupid his actions were and how he overestimated his own abilities. Similarly, looking at Qiu Yu, who was slowly walking towards him, Lu Xiang also felt that he had been insulted. However, he quickly smiled, revealing his mouth full of white teeth. He chuckled and said, "That's good too. A beautiful woman like you must be very tasty to conquer." Lu Xiang did not know that his words had completely angered the woman in front of him. Qiu Yu's beautiful face was cold. Although she did not say anything, there was a heart-palpitating cold light spreading from the depths of her beautiful eyes. Feeling that sharpness, even Lu Xiang, who had always been cold and arrogant, suddenly felt an involuntary sense of fear. However, when he realized the emotions that surfaced in his heart, he was naturally incomparably angry and shouted, pretending to be mysterious. In short, the curtains of the three fierce battles quickly opened. Facing Lu Qing, the current Yan Chutian no longer had to dodge like before. With a light raise of his hand, the vigorous spiritual energy that was fused with the mysterious Yang Qi surged out. And because his mysterious Yang Qi had broken through to the third grade, the mysterious Yang Qi that was fused with the spiritual energy was also constantly changing, causing the spiritual energy to become even more astonishing. However, Lu Qing obviously did not know this, so when he saw Yan Chutian's appearance of wanting to fight him head-on, he ridiculed him in his heart. In his mind, Yan Chu must have defeated Li Tianyi and broken through to the 4th level of elixir, so his heart began to inflate. In that case, he didn't mind letting the other party know just how arrogant he was. Bang! With a stomp of his foot, Lu Qing had already burst towards Yan Chutian. The same high-quality spiritual energy surged in his palm. Even if he did not use any spiritual spells, the power of this palm strike was astonishing. But facing such a palm strike, Yan Chutian also faced it head-on. Turning his palm into a fist, he fearlessly collided with the palm print. Boom! A roar immediately resounded, and the result that followed was destined to shock Lu Qing. This was because under the bombardment, even with his 6th level of elixir cultivation, he did not have the slightest advantage. In fact, during the collision, his spiritual energy faintly showed signs of being inferior. The density of the other party's spiritual energy was far beyond his imagination. But how was this possible? He was clearly only at the 4th level of elixir cultivation. Comparing the quality of his spiritual energy, how could it surpass his 6th level of elixir cultivation? Could it be strange spiritual energy? In shock, Lu Qing quickly thought of this possibility. In his mind, this was the only possibility. Otherwise, how could he accept that his spiritual energy was inferior to his opponent's? Humph. So what if it's strange spiritual energy? Even if it's strange spiritual energy, it can't save you from today's crushing defeat. Lu Qing shouted. It was not that he did not know that Yan Chutian had condensed 3 spiritual inscriptions, but so what if he had condensed 3 spiritual inscriptions? It was not as if he had never condensed 3 spiritual inscriptions. Chapter 252. After several collisions, even though Yan Chutian might not be his opponent in terms of the quantity of spiritual energy, he was able to gain the upper hand with the spiritual energy that was gradually integrated with the level 3 mystic Yang Qi. This naturally made Yan Chutian happy. After all, this did not disappoint his expectations of the level 3 mystic Yang Qi. However, Lu Qing was obviously not a weakling. As a Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect, his cultivation was strong and his strength was extraordinary. When he realized that he was not his opponent in terms of spiritual energy, he changed his direction and directly suppressed him with a vast amount of spiritual energy. In this way, even though the quality might not be as good, he was able to forcefully turn the situation around. However, Yan Chutian had already expected this situation. After all, there was a difference of 2 levels. Naturally, he would not be able to compare in some aspects. However, if he thought that he could suppress him with this, he would be underestimating Yan Chutian. After turning the situation around, Lu Qing curled his lips and a smile appeared on his handsome face. The situation should be like this. How could a disciple of a weak force cause a storm in front of him? He should be suppressed by him. Cloud flipping hand. With the situation turned around, Lu Qing did not hesitate and used his spiritual technique. A majestic spiritual energy surged up, and under his control, it was like a rolling cloud. Even a primal core stage level 5 practitioner would have no choice but to be crushed by such an astonishing aura. Amidst the surging waves of spirit energy, a gigantic palm gradually emerged from within. The huge palm was dark purple and emitted a huge pressure. It was even more terrifying than the rolling cloud. Such a huge palm was enough to threaten even a level 6 elixir cultivator. It was not difficult to see that Lu Qing did not have the slightest leeway towards Yan Chutian. Such a spirit technique would even cause a cultivator of the same level to be unable to fathom its power, let alone a Yuandan 4th level cultivator. Of course, the premise was that he was facing an ordinary level 4 elixir cultivator. However, it was obvious that Yan Chutian was not an ordinary level 4 elixir cultivator. Therefore, when the cloud flipping hand suppressed him under Lu Qing's control, Yan Chutian did not retreat at all. He immediately activated the majestic mystic Yang Qi accumulated in his body. It was as if countless mystic Yang Qi was continuously flowing into his palm from his arm. Then, a familiar spell slowly appeared. Mystic Yang Hand. Indeed, this was the Mystic Yang Hand that Yan Chutian had mastered when he was at level 1 Mystic Yang Qi. However, the same profound Yang Hand would have a different power. This was because this spell, including the profound Yang Finger, all relied on profound Yang Qi to activate. Therefore, the more Mystic Yang Qi was, the more powerful the spell would be. Of Mystic Yang Qi, of Mystic Yang Qi, of Mystic Qi, of Mystic Yang Qi, of Mystic Qi, of Mystic Yang, of Mystic of Yang Qi. Seeing that Yan Chutian was also using a similar palm technique, Lu Qing could not help but sneer. He had seen the other party use this spell before. Although the power was indeed amazing, it depended on who it was used against. Against the current him, there was only a path of destruction. However, when the 2 palm imprints truly collided with each other and a rumbling sound resounded, the mocking expression on Lu Qing's face came to an abrupt halt. Because he actually saw that under the collision of the 2 palm imprints, cracks actually appeared on his cloud-flipping palm first. However, how was this possible? He had clearly seen through the power of the other party's spell. It should not be able to defeat his cloud-flipping hand. How could it be? Boom! The cloud-flipping hand was completely shattered. It turned into light spots in the sky and dissipated. Compared to the cloud-flipping hand, Yan Chutian's Mystic Yang Hand was also filled with crack. However, it did not shatter. From a certain point of view, the difference between the two was obvious. TSK. It seems that the Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect is not as amazing as I thought. After dispersing the remaining mystic yang hand, Yan Chutian said softly. Even though it was just a whisper, he made it so that Lu Qing could hear it. Therefore, Lu Qing, who had always been proud and regarded the other party as an ant, could not bear it. With an extremely angry expression, he immediately shouted, "Yan Chu, I want you to die!" Great nebula seal. A storm-like spirit energy vortex surged up. As the storm churned, dazzling stars appeared at the top of the storm. It was as if they had gathered all the power of the storm and were displaying their brilliance to their heart's content. When the number of stars reached 7, the storm could dissipate at any time. However, at the same time, a large seal slowly outlined above the stars. The large seal was simple and unadorned. However, when the 7 stars merged with it, the large seal suddenly emitted an extremely powerful pressure. Even the cloud flipping hand from before paled in comparison to the large seal now. At the same time, when the great nebula seal was displayed, Lu Xiang and the Lu family disciple looked over as if they had sensed something. Although Lu Xiang did not say anything, he was a little surprised. The great nebula seal was an extremely powerful spiritual art. Its power was even comparable to the first spiritual pattern. He did not expect senior brother to be able to display it. However, this was also good. After displaying the great nebula seal, the defeat of the Heavenly Secrets sect disciple was inevitable. Then, he had to speed up. He had to be faster than senior brother to deal with a girl with a 4th level elixir. However, even if Lu Xiang did not say anything, Qiu Yu could vaguely sense his intentions. Qiu Yu could not help but feel a little amused. She just did not want to steal Yan Chutian's limelight. Could it be that in the eyes of the other party, she was just forcefully stalling and was a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched? If that was the case, then let's see who would be pinched to death. Your 2 fellow disciples are about to lose. It is meaningless even if you continue to tangle with me. The Lu family disciple who was fighting with Luo Shui sneered. He was naturally very confident in his 2 Taoists. With the 2 Taoists taking action, the outcome of today's battle was already decided. However, under his words, Luo Shui's beautiful face did not change at all. She replied extremely calmly, "Oh, but I think you won't live to see that time." "Humph, you really think I can't beat you? Next, I will let you see what my true power is." The eruption seemed to be unfolding all at once. Facing the slowly descending great nebula seal, Yan Chutian was as before, without the slightest hint of panic. Because now, he no longer needed to panic. In the short period of time since he was under the 1,000-star tree, he had improved a lot. However, Lu Qing was still in the same place. Mysterious Yang finger. He spoke calmly and softly. Even the mysterious Yang Qi was very calm. Only when he pointed his finger did an astonishing aura spread out. A ray of light from the finger went straight for the seal. The collision between the mysterious Yang finger and the great nebula seal only took an instant. In an instant, the outcome of the battle was decided. And this outcome was destined to be difficult for Lu Qing to accept. The great nebula seal, which was his powerful technique, was like a fragile tofu in front of Yan Chutian's mysterious Yang finger. It was immediately torn apart. Then, the ray of light from the finger continued to shoot towards Lu Qing without any reduction in power. It appeared in front of his body almost instantly. Lu Qing naturally found it extremely difficult to accept such a situation. He was in deep disbelief. However, as a heaven's pride, he still had an almost instinctive defense when danger came. Vigorous spiritual power flowed out and quickly condensed into layers of armor in front of him. Clang! The heavy sound of metal colliding rang out again. Lu Qing, who had just recovered, was immediately shocked again. This was because the defense in front of him, which was enough to withstand the full attack of a 6th-level elixir cultivator, was broken through layer by layer. Lu Qing was extremely shocked. How terrifying was the power of the opponent's finger! However, the mysterious yang finger had not reached the point of defying the heavens. It continued to break through the defense, and quickly consumed its power. And before it could completely break through the opponent's defense, its power would be exhausted first. Following his line of sight, he saw a glaring deep hole on the majestic armor in front of Lu Qing. It almost completely penetrated the defense. Looking at this scene, Yan Chutian secretly shook his head. A look of pity appeared on his face. However, this was only a technique that could be activated by the second-level mysterious Yang Qi. Even if it was activated by the third-level mysterious Yang Qi, Yan Chutian could accept such an outcome. If he used the mysterious Yang energy that could only be activated by the third-level mysterious Yang Qi, he believed that the result would not be like this. If it was the mysterious Yang energy, Lu Qing would have been completely defeated. Chapter 253. But even though he had blocked this attack, Lu Qing's face became extremely angry in an instant. Who was he? He was the holy son of the Divine Heavens sect, but now he was in such a situation after fighting with a disciple of a low-level force. Could it be that he, Lu Qing, was not as good as his opponent? And even if he was unwilling to admit it, there was still a deep sense of panic in his heart. It had only been a short while, yet the other party's strength had increased so much compared to before. If more time passed, especially in these ancient ruins where opportunities were everywhere, wouldn't even he be a match for the other party? Therefore, almost in an instant, Lu Qing had made up his mind. No matter what, he would defeat his opponent miserably today. Even if he could not kill him, he would cut off his possibility of continuing to seek opportunities in the antiquity ruins. In the midst of anger and panic, Lu Qing no longer had any hesitation. As he shouted in a low voice, strands of strange patterns quickly gathered in his pupils. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a towering heavy hammer that lay across the sky. Mystic Thunder Hammer Pattern. On the heavy hammer, dazzling electric light constantly flashed. Each electric light was extremely terrifying, as if it could tear the world apart. Not to mention how terrifying the heavy hammer surrounded by electric light would be. It was hard to imagine what kind of amazing destructive power such a heavy hammer could cause if it fell from the sky. As the heavy hammer with spiritual tattoos appeared in the sky, Lu Qing's face also showed a trace of fierceness. This was his second spiritual tattoo. He directly displayed it in order to end the battle quickly and not give his opponent any time to breathe. Therefore, in the next moment, the heavy hammer with spiritual tattoos seemed to fall from the sky and smash toward Yan Chutian fiercely. If he was directly hit by such a powerful spiritual tattoo, even a real practitioner at the 6th level of elixir would die on the spot. However, how could Yan Chutian not notice it? Therefore, when the heavy hammer with spiritual tattoos appeared in the sky, his pupils also flashed. Strands of strange lines gathered and then condensed into a three-legged golden cauldron pattern. Mysterious Yang Cauldron Pattern. With a soft shout, a golden cauldron was already in front of him under the control of Yan Chutian, and it collided with the heavy hammer with spiritual tattoos. The mysterious Yang Cauldron Pattern did not have any amazing offensive power, but its defensive power was extremely terrifying. Even the amazing heavy hammer was blocked in front of it and could not move an inch. This made Lu Qing furious as well. He could not help but shout, "What a tough tortoise shell! But I'd like to see if your tortoise shell can still withstand my third spiritual inscription." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qing was already about to display his third spiritual tattoo. He believed that with the power of his third spiritual inscription, he would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. But he did not know that. Lu Qing was Lu Qing's son. Only Lu Qing's son, Lu Qing. Lu Qing, Lu Qing and Lu Qing, Lu. As soon as Yan Chutian finished speaking, and before Lu Qing had any time to react, a ray of light of the star mark, which came out of nowhere, was already 3 meters away from Lu Qing's body. Next, even though Lu Qing had an almost instinctive defense, the ray of light of the star mark was so fierce that it seemed to have pierced through and torn apart all his defenses, and then really bombarded his chest. Triuan fragmentary star mark. At the same time, Yan Chutian's indifferent voice finally sounded softly. Accompanied by his soft voice, Lu Qing's incredulous face and the great pain caused by the Triuan fragmentary star mark appeared. Puff! Red blood sprayed into the sky, and then turned into a blood mist and sprinkled down. Lu Qing's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Yan Chutian, who was several meters away, with great reluctance. He was so resentful that he was defeated before he could even use the third spiritual inscription. However, no matter how resentful he was, Lu Qing could only endure it. He did not believe that at this point, his opponent would still give him a way out. Therefore, even if he was unwilling, he still took out the spiritual talisman, and then stared at Yan Chutian with his blood-red eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yan Chu, don't think that you can do anything just because you beat me by luck. There are other Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect in this ancient relic, and there's also Zhou Ling. Your end will definitely be 10 times more miserable than mine. 100 times. Crack! After shouting like crazy, Lu Qing had already crushed the spiritual talisman in his hand. In just a moment, he was already teleported away and left this ancient relic. In fact, at the moment Lu Qing crushed the spiritual talisman, Qiu Yu had also easily defeated her opponent. Lu Xiang's face was full of humiliation. Not long ago, he said that he would defeat the opponent before Lu Qing, but now, not only did his senior brother lose, but he also lost miserably. But how could he not win? The woman in front of him was clearly only at the 4th level of elixir. How could she be so powerful? But no matter what, a loss was a loss. Lu Xiang could only take out the spiritual talisman in humiliation, crush it, and leave. 2 saints on his side had left in defeat. Even though the Lu family disciple had not lost yet, how could he dare to continue fighting? However, he was unwilling to leave this ancient relic. After all, this was a great opportunity, and also a chance for him to rise against the heavens. How could he give up so easily? Therefore, even if he stopped, he did not crush the spiritual talisman. Instead, he hurriedly fled out of this ancient relic. Although he was fast, he did not know that Yan Chutian was faster than him. He had only flown a few dozen feet when a mountain-like spiritual palm pressed down on him, slamming him heavily into the ruins. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and he was in a miserable state. "Since your 2 masters have left, then you should follow them," Yan Chutian said silently, not feeling guilty at all for forcing the other to leave. This was the law of the jungle. Because he was strong, he was the one standing now. Otherwise, his position would have been swapped. After failing to escape, the Lu family disciple still had some backbone. Although he was unwilling, he still took out the spiritual talisman and crushed it, allowing the light of the spiritual talisman to wrap around him and leave. However, even though he appeared to be tough on the surface, the Lu family disciple still had deep regret in his heart. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have followed Lu Qing and Lu Xiang. He originally thought that he would be protected by his 2 Taoists, but who knew that he would be led to the end of the road by them. At the same time, in the valley to the east of Zhongyuan City, under the gathering of so many powerful forces, the Divine Heavens sect, which was originally unparalleled outside the Valley of 10,000 Stars, had become a small fry. However, the leading elder of the Divine Heavens sect could see the truth clearly. He shrunk his head and did not make a fuss. However, while he was like this when facing the other great forces, it did not mean that he would be the same when facing Zhu Yun. As he looked at Zhu Yun, his eyes were full of arrogance and sarcasm. In his opinion, such a second-rate force would not last long even if they tried their best to squeeze into the Heavens Pride event. just like the exploration of the antiquity relic. If they did not behave themselves, they would probably be eliminated immediately. Of course, he still hoped that the Taoists of the Divine Heavens sect could find them and eliminate them. Only in this way could he wash away the humiliation of the past. However, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect did not know that his beautiful idea was only half realized. However, it was only half realized, but the final result was completely different. Bang, bang, bang! On the Rune Mountain, a dazzling light shot out and crashed onto the ground. This was the first time that a disciple had been eliminated since the antiquity relic was opened. Therefore, many higher-ups of the forces looked at them with sarcasm. They wanted to see which force the first batch of disciples to be eliminated belonged to. Haha, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect did not pay attention to them at all. He just laughed sarcastically with the crowd. In his opinion, the first disciple to be eliminated would not be his Divine Heavens sect. After all, his Divine Heavens sect was ranked first among the second-rate forces, and even had a chance to become a first-rate force. It was just that he had a good idea. Little did he know that while he was mocking them, many of the upper echelons of the second-rate forces were looking at him. Perhaps the first-rate forces did not know who the people who fell out were, but how could the upper echelons of the second-rate forces not know who they were? Chapter 254. The elder of the Divine Heavens sect felt very uneasy. He didn't understand why so many people were looking at him. Shouldn't they be looking at the forces of the disciples who were eliminated? What did it have to do with him? However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his face froze again. He suddenly realized something and his expression changed drastically. Finally, he rushed out of the crowd and looked directly at the unconscious figures in the crowd. Even though it was just a glance, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect felt like he was struck by lightning. What he saw was that the Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect had been eliminated and was now unconscious in the valley. Just now, he had ridiculed the disciples of the other forces for being so useless. Now, the people who had fallen out were disciples of the Divine Heavens sect. Wasn't this like a loud slap to his face? However, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect still didn't want to give up. He hurried forward and used his spiritual energy to wake them up. Then he immediately asked, "Who eliminated you?" The elder of the Divine Heavens sect was eager to hear the names of the top geniuses of the first-rate forces. It would be even better if they were geniuses of the 5 major regions or even young masters. Because if it was these people who had eliminated the disciples of the Divine Heavens sect, they would still be proud and not lose all their face. Moreover, he thought that only a team of geniuses of the top forces could eliminate the disciples of the Divine Heavens sect. Other than that, even the Great Heaven Palace, which was the closest to the Divine Heavens sect, definitely didn't have such strength. After being awakened by the spiritual energy and hearing the elder's words, even Lu Qing didn't have any hesitation. He immediately spat out the name Yan Chu with a fierce look on his face. What? How could it be that nobody? Hearing the name Yan Chu, the elder of the Divine Heavens sect, who had already issued a kill order for him, knew who he was. But how could this be? Lu Qing and Lu Xiang in front of him were both at the 6th level of elixir, while Yan Chu was only at the 3rd level of elixir. How could he defeat them both? At the same time, Yan Chu's name quickly spread among the crowd. Perhaps because they were the first batch of people to be eliminated, many first-rate forces were listening to the commotion. Perhaps they did not know the name Yan Chu in the past, but someone soon answered for them, so they knew the ins and outs of the matter. The news spread like wildfire. The elders of the Divine Heavens sect, who had recovered from the shock, suddenly realized this, and their expressions immediately became extremely ugly. He could feel countless mocking gazes coming from the surroundings, especially from the other second-rate forces. After all, they clearly knew the situation. Oh? It's that disciple from the Heaven's Secrets sect who defeated the prospective Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect not long ago. Now, He can even defeat a Taoist? The Divine Heavens sect has really lost all face this time. Even a Taoist was defeated by a disciple of a weak force. Speaking of which, I'm afraid that the disciples of the Heavens Fate sect must have obtained quite a bit of luck. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. No. Maybe the so-called Taoist of the Divine Heavens sect was exaggerating. He's all talk and no action. Hearing the countless mocking words around him, how could Lu Qing not realize that he had said the wrong thing? No matter what, he could not announce that he had lost to Yan Chu in public. In this way, the Divine Heavens sect would be completely disgraced by them. Unlike the Divine Heavens sect, who wished they could drill into a hole to hide from the ridicule, Zhu Yun, who was alone, also received a lot of attention. However, these gazes did not contain the slightest bit of mockery. Instead, they were filled with surprise. Even the upper echelons of the first-rate forces looked over with surprise. After all, the gap between the Heaven's Secrets sect and the Divine Heavens sect was not small. One was ranked at the bottom, while the other was ranked at the top. It was said that the Divine Heavens sect had the possibility of breaking into the first-rate forces. But now, it was a disciple of a weak force who had defeated a disciple of a top force. How could they not be surprised and even shocked? However, even if they were surprised, the higher-ups of the first-rate forces would not care too much. After all, this was only a fight between the disciples of the second-rate forces. It was not at the level of a fight between the geniuses of their sections. It was nothing more than a disciple of the Heavens Fate sect who had obtained some kind of luck. However, at most, he could only be a tyrant among the disciples of the second-rate forces. As for the Hunyuan sect elder who had mocked Zhu Yun at the periphery of the Myriad Star Valley, he was so shocked that he hid in a corner, afraid that he would be discovered by Zhu Yun. After all, he could not imagine how the Heavens Fate sect, which had always been decadent, could suddenly have such a strange disciple. Compared to that, what were the disciples of his own sect? In the antiquity relic, Yan Chutian, who did not know that he had caused a huge commotion in the outside world, was sitting cross-legged on a broken platform in the antiquity relic. He was circulating the third-grade Xianyang Qi in his body and slowly refining his body. Having just experienced a battle, Yan Chutian finally had a rough idea of what kind of power third-grade profound Yang Qi could bring to him. This naturally made him look forward to the third-grade Xianyang body and the Xianyang energy that followed closely behind the Xianyang body. If he could master all of these, then it would be time for him to show his true strength. However, the tempering of the Xianyang body was not something that could be done overnight. Now, Yan Chutian was only in the initial stage of tempering. If he wanted to truly temper it to the third grade, only God knew how long it would take. After tempering for about half an hour, the Xianyang Qi in his dantian was greatly consumed, so Yan Chutian did not persist any longer. Instead, he stopped and stood up. At the same time, Qiu Yu and Luo Shui, who seemed to be aware of his movements, also stood up one after another. Both of them had just experienced a battle, so both of them sat down cross-legged to recover. However, looking at the situation just now, it was obvious that both of them had already recovered, but they had been waiting for Yan Chutian. In this regard, Yan Chutian inevitably felt a little embarrassed, because it seemed that he had been making them wait. However, Yan Chutian was not a wishy-washy person. After a brief moment of embarrassment, he immediately said, "The opportunities in this ruin have been looted. Let's go to other places to have a look. There should be a lot of opportunities." Regarding Yan Chutian's proposal, the two women naturally nodded in agreement. Therefore, the three-person team naturally left the ruin under the leadership of Yan Chutian and headed in a certain direction. However, their luck was not as good as when they had just arrived. Along the way, although they could see a lot of ruins of buildings, they could no longer encounter any opportunities. Over the next few days, they only found a spiritual pond under a huge tree that had once again grown back after collapsing. Perhaps it was because of this spirit pool that the giant tree, which should have died, grew new branches from the broken wound and tenaciously came back to life. After a few days without any gains, Yen Chutian and the other two naturally would not give up on this spirit pool that they had found with great difficulty. It was just that the pool was only a few feet in radius. It might not be a problem to accommodate 3 people, but the key was that it was a man and 2 women. With both men and women, it was only a few feet in size, so it seemed a little crowded. Fortunately, Yen Chutian was very self-aware. Looking at the 2 women, he immediately smiled helplessly and said, "All right, you 2 enter the spirit pool to cultivate first. Set up a spirit barrier around you, and I will guard you outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Chutian had already sat down with his back facing them. He, who was sitting cross-legged, looked like he was concentrating on guarding them. Seeing this, Luo Shui was still at a loss. Even though she had always been indifferent, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Therefore, it was Chiu Yu's words that calmed her down a little. "Let's enter the pool to cultivate first. Don't worry, this guy definitely won't dare to peek or else." "Humph." Chiu Yu snorted softly, just enough for Yen Chutian to hear. How could Yen Chutian not understand what she meant? If he dared to steal even a glance, Chiu Yu would definitely teach him a lesson. However, this actually made Yen Chutian not know whether to laugh or cry. Did Chiu Yu forget his performance in the heaven realm? At that time, even if she was so proactive, he would never cross the line. Could it be that he would do something like peeping now? As Yen Chutian thought about this, Chiu Yu also seemed to have thought of this point. She curled her lips and said with some hidden bitterness, "But sometimes this guy is quite obedient. He's just like a block of wood." Chapter 255. While Chiu Yu and Luo Shui entered the spirit pool to cultivate, Yen Chutian didn't just sit by the side of the spirit pool. Now that the 3rd grade profound yang qi was formed, he naturally wouldn't waste a single second and quickly tempered his profound yang body. The profound yang qi constantly flowed into his arms like a small fire, slowly tempering them. For the current Yen Chutian, this process didn't cause him any discomfort. During the tempering of the profound yang body, the part being tempered was very warm and numb. After a long period of tempering, it would make people reluctant to part with that feeling. Speaking of which, Yen Chutian's tempering of the profound yang body wasn't done in a day or 2. Therefore, the 3rd grade profound yang body was already showing little by little on his body. For example, when Yen Chutian gently clenched his arms, his flesh and meridians immediately tensed up. He could clearly feel how terrifying the power contained in his arms was. He was afraid that with just a light punch, he could shatter boulders and penetrate heavy walls. This made Yen Chutian very satisfied because this was only the beginning of the 3rd grade profound yang body. When the 3rd grade profound yang body was tempered to perfection, it would be time for it to truly show its strength. Thinking of this, even Yen Chutian couldn't help but curl his lips in anticipation. However, just as he was about to curl his lips in anticipation, 2 auras suddenly entered his perception. This made Yen Chutian feel somewhat disappointed, thinking that the troublemakers were about to appear again. However, when he quietly swept towards the location of the auras, he found that the 2 people weren't coming for them at all. They didn't even notice them at all and just accidentally entered his perception range. Yen Chutian was naturally happy to see this and immediately retreated to the side of the spirit pool to continue guarding the 2 women. However, just as he was about to quietly leave, the words of the other party's discussion aroused his interest. "Is what you said true? There is a spirit spring that will spew out all kinds of heavenly treasures and even spirit weapons and spirit techniques every few days in the middle of the night?" The woman asked in surprise. After all, this kind of news was really shocking. It was fine that the spirit spring would spew out spirit chi, but it would also spew out heavenly treasures and so on. How could it not be surprising? However, the other man's figure swore solemnly and even patted his chest to assure her, "It's true, but we have to hurry there as soon as possible. It is suspected to be a ruin with many opportunities, but I'm afraid many people have already received the news." Hearing this news, even Yen Chutian was a little excited. He may not need spirit weapons or spirit techniques, but he absolutely couldn't lack of heavenly treasures and treasures. Moreover, if it was a ruin, there was no need to insist on waiting for the spirit spring to erupt. They could find a way to enter and seek greater opportunities. Therefore, after roughly determining the direction of the two people, Yen Chutian hurried back to the spirit spring. However, he didn't know if it was because he came back at the right time, but just as he appeared at the side of the spirit spring, he saw two white and delicate figures rising from the spirit spring and dispersing the light screen. In an instant, Yen Chutian was stunned on the spot. Chiao Yu and Luo Shui were the same. After a full 3 seconds, the two women who suddenly reacted fell back into the spirit spring and propped up the light screen. At this moment, Chiao Yu was really embarrassed and angry. Just now, she clearly sensed the outside world and didn't see Yen Chutian at all. Only then did she remove the light screen and prepare to rush out of the spirit spring. But he appeared just as she was about to rush out of the water. It was fine that he looked at her, but he also looked at Luo Shui. Did he want to die? At the same time, Luo Shui's heart was in a mess. She didn't expect such a scene to happen. According to Chiao Yu, didn't Yen Chu disappear? How could it be, in short, when the two women appeared in the spirit spring with their clothes on, Yen Chutian was immediately targeted by two sharp gazes. Chiao Yu sneered. "Haha, I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. Otherwise, you're dead meat." Fortunately, Yen Chutian really did have a reason to explain. He immediately explained the situation. Hearing Yen Chutian's explanation, Chiao Yu's anger dissipated a lot. However, there was always a part of her anger that couldn't dissipate. After all, this guy didn't just look at her. He also looked at Luo Shui, who was beside her. However, Chiao Yu also understood that this kind of thing was not easy to say. She could only give Yen Chutian a fierce glare. At the same time, Luo Shui's reaction was still indifferent. However, only she knew that all this was just an act. Her true feelings were very complicated. After all, she was a woman. How could she really remain indifferent to a man who had seen her body? However, since Yen Chutian had explained clearly, she couldn't continue to pursue the matter. Therefore, she could only say coldly, "Today's matter is unique." Hearing this, Yen Chutian's face was full of embarrassment. God knew that he would be so coincidental. If he had known, he would have come back a moment later. However, since things had come to this, he couldn't shirk anything. He could only nod honestly and admit his mistake. Humph! Luo Shui let it go. However, Chiao Yu snorted again and gave Yen Chutian another glare. This made Yen Chutian feel helpless. He understood that if he really wanted to coax Chiao Yu, it would definitely not be easy. However, no matter what, the three of them didn't forget the news Yen Chutian brought back. Therefore, they quickly set off and followed the direction determined by Yen Chutian. Fortunately, the other party didn't rush, and Yen Chutian's direction didn't have a big problem. After chasing for half an hour, the three of them caught up to them. Then, the three of them didn't expose themselves and continued to follow, heading towards the so-called Spirit Spring ruins. Yen Chutian had a spiritual eye, so his perception range was much wider than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, with him leading the way, they naturally wouldn't be discovered by the other party. After following them like this for a few days, Yen Chutian knew that they were close to the destination. Since they were close to the destination, Yen Chutian and the other two naturally couldn't continue to follow the two of them. Instead, they directly flew into the sky and went straight to the destination. At the same time, looking at the three people who suddenly flew past, the man among the man and woman solemnly said to the woman beside him, "You see, the news has spread. Not only us, but others are also rushing over. NN. Hearing this, the woman quickly nodded and no longer had the slightest doubt about what the man said. However, they didn't know that it was them who brought Yen Chutian and the other two here. If the news really spread, it was the three of them who passed the news to the other party. Is there really a ruin, or even a spirit spring in front of us? Chiou Yu looked ahead. In front of them were mountains and forests. It was hard to believe that there would be ruins and a spirit spring in such a place. However, after thinking about it, after all, it was a matter of countless years ago. Time could change too many things, and naturally, it could also change the landscape. Perhaps countless years ago, this place was a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. After experiencing the changes of time, it became what it was today. Not only Chiou Yu, but Yen Chutian and Luo Shui also had the same idea. However, when they felt the sudden appearance of spiritual auras in front of them, they no longer had any doubts. Because if there wasn't a spirit spring or a ruin, how could it attract so many prided geniuses and gather together? When Yen Chutian and the other two appeared not far from the place where the spiritual auras were gathered, they saw a huge stone altar in front of them. This stone altar might have been covered by trees in the past, but now that the surrounding trees had been cleared, the stone altar was completely exposed in front of everyone. The stone altar was huge, and its entire body was surrounded by an ancient aura. However, it was not like the ruins of the building that Yen Chutian had left before. The stone altar was not damaged at all, and it was hard to believe that such a huge stone altar could be preserved so well. The spiritual auras that were sensed were naturally all around the stone altar. As far as the eye could see, the number of prided geniuses had already reached dozens. Among them, there were even spiritual auras of level 6 elixir, or even stronger. They were clearly disciples of first-rate factions. The appearance of Yen Chutian and the other two had attracted the gazes of several people. However, the majority of the people still ignored them. Even the gazes that were cast in their direction only took a casual glance before shifting away, continuing to focus on the stone altar before them. That was because Yen Chutian and the other two were not worth mentioning in the eyes of these people. Even Luo Shui, who seemed to have the strongest cultivation among them, was a level 5 elixir, and there were many of them here. Chapter 256. Even if there was a reason for them to pay more attention, it would only be because of their beauty. Even they had never seen such a peerless appearance before. However, those who were able to enter these ancient ruins were all prides of various factions or disciples of reclusive experts. They all understood the importance of entering this place, so naturally, they would not forget the key point. Therefore, even if there were beauties in front of them, they would quickly ignore them and continue to lock onto the huge stone altar in front of them. This stone altar was a huge opportunity for them, but they would naturally not be satisfied with the possibility of the spirit spring gushing out treasures, spirit weapons, and spirit technique. Instead, they wanted to open the stone altar and enter the ruins under the spirit spring to explore. That was where the real opportunity was. Everyone was quietly waiting for the arrival of night. Among them, there were already people who had calculated that only when the spirit spring gushed out would they have a chance to enter the underground ruins. It was estimated that tonight would be that time. Yen Chutian and the other two did not know this, but when they arrived at the side of the valley and saw the crowd quietly waiting, they could more or less guess their intentions. Therefore, they also quietly waited. Very quickly, night fell, and they could clearly feel that as the night deepened, the atmosphere of the crowd was also restless. This made the guess in Yen Chutian's heart become more and more intense. Although he did not ask, he could vaguely guess that it was impossible to wait for a mere spirit spring gushing out to attract such a reaction from so many prides. Most likely, there was something else going on. In front of this seal-like stone altar and spirit spring, what other actions could there be? It was nothing more than taking the opportunity to open the source of the spirit spring and enter the ruins. They should want to open the stone altar when the spirit spring gushes out and enter the ruins. Yan Chutian whispered to the two girls beside him. Chiu Yu had already expected this, but Luo Shui could not help but light up her beautiful eyes. Open the stone altar and enter the ruins? Yes. Yan Chutian nodded lightly and looked at the stone altar that quietly stood in the darkness. Even though the sky was dark, it couldn't block his line of sight. This stone altar is a seal-like existence. Since the gushing of the spirit spring is able to expel the heavenly materials and earthly treasures or spirit weapons from within, that should be when the seal is at its weakest. Therefore, that would be the best time to open the stone altar. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Chutian couldn't help but look at the crowd. Even if this was not a problem for a slightly intelligent disciple, there should still be someone who was proficient in sealing arrays. Otherwise, how could the seal be broken? As expected by Yan Chutian, he soon saw a figure in the crowd. It should be someone who knew about formations. However, compared to him, Yan Chutian was more concerned about the other young man beside him. This was because he was the young master of the Nether Ice Territory, Yi Xian, who had appeared at the Great Zhou auction house that day. Looking at Yi Xian, Yan Chutian could not help but curl his lips into a cold smile. Although he and Yi Xian were not life-and-death enemies, if he could, he wanted to trick Yi Xian. Only in this way would he be able to get back at the Great Zhou auction house for no reason. At this time, the young master of the Nether Ice Territory had no idea that he was being targeted by someone with ill intentions. However, with his status and strength, if he knew that he was being targeted by Yan Chutian, he would probably only mock and ridicule him. He would not care at all, because in his opinion, the gap between him and Yi Xian was like that between an ant and a giant dragon. An ant trying to shake a giant dragon, what could he do even if he tried his best? At this time, the only thing he cared about was the opportunity hidden under the stone altar in front of him. He had been in the ancient ruins for more than a month, but he had not gained anything during this time. But now, he felt that his opportunity had arrived, and it was right in front of him. The night was getting darker and darker, and it was getting closer and closer to the time when the spirit spring would erupt. However, when it was really midnight, the crowd found that the stone altar in front of them was still motionless. This made many people's faces turn ugly. Could it be that the spirit spring would not erupt again today? Would they have to wait in vain again? Fortunately, at this time, somewhere in the originally quiet stone altar, there was suddenly a sound like the sound of water. Then, a ray of blue light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, the blue light continued to grow bigger, and finally turned into a column of water that gushed out. Whoosh whoosh! The column of water gushed out, and then turned into a mist that continued to sprinkle around. But in fact, this mist disappeared before it fell to the ground, because this was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was only when it was rich to a certain extent that it would transform into a physical form. With the rich spiritual chi gushing out, such an excellent environment even made people want to sit down and cultivate on the spot. But in the end, they did not forget their business. Even if they had such thoughts, they forced themselves to endure. At the same time, as the spirit spring continued to gush out, there were clusters of light mixed in the spiritual chi, rushing out and wantonly flying around the world. This time, even if the rich spiritual chi could suppress their hearts, in the face of the flying spiritual chi or natural treasures, some people could no longer hold back and directly snatch them. Among them, there was a man and a woman who inadvertently brought Yan Chutian and the other two here. Their cultivation levels were not high, so their goal was only to try to snatch the thing that was gushing out of the spirit spring. But while some people were fighting for it, more people were indifferent, because their goal was not the spirit spring, but the ruins under the stone altar. Then, they all looked at Yi Xian, the young master of the Nether Ice Territory, because he was the first to say that he had a way to open the stone altar. Yi Xian looked calm and unperturbed under the gazes of so many people. This was not only because he was the young master of the Nether Ice territory and had experienced too many situations, but also because he was confident in his own cultivation level. But he was also a little anxious because he could not wait to enter the ruins. Senior brother, don't be impatient. Let me make some arrangements to open the seal of the stone altar. The male junior brother beside Yi Xian took the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded immediately, because he did not know about the seal of the formation. It was only because this junior brother of his had said those words that he spoke to everyone. Then, the young junior brother quickly made some arrangements. He did it very quickly because there were already a lot of foundations around him. But even so, in Yan Chutian's eyes, his movements were still too poor. Not only was the method of breaking the seal extremely slow, but it also used brute force to break the seal. Perhaps such brute force could succeed, but it would consume a lot of energy. It was impossible for one person to bear it, and it would be very troublesome. Geniuses, now that the method of breaking the seal is ready, we still need to offer our spiritual energy together. Otherwise, it's impossible to break the seal with just one person's strength. As expected, the young man quickly opened his mouth and spoke to the crowd. However, what Yan Chutian did not expect was that the other so-called geniuses took it for granted, and they even praised the young man. Senior brother from the Nether Ice territory is really extraordinary. He finished a seal-breaking formation so quickly. I think it won't be long before senior brother becomes another formation master. Hearing these flattering words, the young man also felt a little smug. Obviously, it was not his intention to set up such a formation, but his ability. Yan Chutian couldn't help but sigh. Formations were truly a huge blind spot among the geniuses of the mortal world. Not only were most of the so-called geniuses not proficient in this field, even those who were proficient in it were so shallow and ignorant. However, no matter how speechless Yan Chutian was, he would not say it out loud, because he knew that no one would believe him even if he said it, and they would even mock him for being ignorant. Moreover, these people were all competitors. If he could exhaust their strength, why wouldn't he be happy to see it? However, although Yan Chutian's idea was good, the young man and Yi Xian were both cunning. Anyone who wanted to enter the ruins had to contribute their own strength, and even they were no exception. Obviously, even if the young man did not know that his ability was shallow, he knew the drawbacks of this formation. Naturally, he would not let others take advantage of him. Chapter 257. If they wanted to enter the altar after opening it, they would have to contribute some of their strength. Otherwise, they would be besieged by everyone present. Even Yan Chutian wasn't that arrogant to the point of fighting with so many people. Speaking of which, he was the one with the lowest cultivation here. Therefore, Yan Chutian, Qiu Yu, and Luo Shui had to follow the crowd into the formation set up by the disciple of the Nether Ice territory. Then, following the guidance of the disciple, they contributed their own spiritual energy. With the help of so many people, a stone hammer with a strong glow slowly emerged under the operation of the formation set up by the disciple of the Nether Ice territory. However, although this stone hammer seemed powerful, in reality, it was only SOSO. Wanting to use it to open the stone altar was no different from a fool's dream. This wasn't because they couldn't gather a large amount of spiritual energy, but because everyone was selfish and wanted to save as much energy as possible. How could they open the seal easily if they were not of one mind? Seeing this, the disciple of the Nether Ice territory and Yi Xian's faces darkened. Then Yi Xian hurriedly said loudly, "Don't hold back. If the spring stops gushing, you won't be able to open the altar even if you try your best." Perhaps the words of the young master of the Nether Ice territory had an effect, but the amount of spiritual energy contributed by the crowd soared. Therefore, the stone hammer grew bigger and bigger. The body of the hammer flashed with light and emitted a strong pressure. However, while the others used a lot of energy, Yan Chutian still looked leisurely and did not use much energy. Because even if the spring was not gushing, Yen Chutian was confident that he could break the seal even without the help of so many people. However, it was obviously impossible for him to do so now, so he had to preserve his strength. As the crowd continued to pour their spiritual energy, the stone hammer's glow became more and more dazzling. When the glow reached a certain level, the disciple of the Nether Ice territory suddenly pressed his hand down to control the huge stone hammer and fiercely smashed it down on the altar. Boom! A deafening roar spread out, but a single strike was clearly unable to break open the stone altar. Instead, cracks spread out on the stone hammer, as if it could shatter at any moment. This was the difficulty of breaking the seal with brute force. If there were only one or a few people, they would not be able to sustain such a huge consumption. However, there were countless geniuses in this seal-breaking array. Thus, as they poured their spiritual energy into it, the cracks on the stone hammer quickly healed. Then, it was raised high up in the air and smashed down on the stone altar. Boom! Every time the stone hammer smashed down with full force, it consumed a lot of spiritual power to repair it. Under such a huge price, the seemingly indestructible ancient stone altar finally had small cracks on its upper part. The appearance of these cracks undoubtedly gave a lot of people a lot of confidence. As a result, they poured even more spirit power into the hammer, making it even more powerful than before. No matter how strong the seal was, it would not be able to withstand a series of brute force attacks. In fact, from the moment the cracks appeared, the opening of the stone altar was already a foregone conclusion. Finally, after who knew how many times the stone hammer smashed down, the top of the stone altar continued to shatter. Then, amidst the rumbling, a huge crack appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The seal had been broken. As soon as the seal was broken, no one cared about the situation in front of them. They immediately rushed out of the array and rushed into the crack without caring about anything else. Seeing this, Yen Chutian and the other two naturally did not show any weakness. After all, they had participated in the operation of the seal-breaking array. Therefore, one by one, they rushed out and headed straight for the crack on the stone altar. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking continued to ring out. Yen Chutian and the other two girls followed closely behind. Spiritual energy surged around their bodies as they rushed into the crack at full speed. However, when they really passed through the crack, Yen Chutian suddenly realized that the entrance was actually set up like a spatial teleportation. In other words, if they rushed through here, they would not know where they would be sent to. However, since they had already reached this step, Yen Chutian naturally could not retreat. He could only continue to rush forward. However, he thought that he would most likely be separated from Qiu Yu and Luo Shui for a short time in this ruin. The situation that followed was not out of Yen Chutian's expectations. After rushing out of the passage, not only were the two girls not behind him, but he was also the only one in the surrounding space. At this time, Yen Chutian also did not know where he had arrived. He could only see that this was a huge passage. Moreover, there were many similar entrances around the passage, like a maze. However, this could not stop Yen Chutian. Having traveled extensively in the heaven realm, it was not difficult for him to distinguish that this should be a simple checkpoint. From the looks of it, what was sealed under the stone altar was not a ruin, but a land of opportunity. Such a first checkpoint might be troublesome for many practitioners, but it was not so for Yen Chutian because he had a pair of spiritual eyes. This was an advantage over too many people. The vertical eye in between his eyebrows slowly opened, and Yen Chutian controlled the spiritual eyes to constantly scan the surroundings. Under the scan of his spiritual eyes, he found that the surrounding passages were not simple. There were some unique auras lingering in the passage. They could not be detected with the naked eye, but under the observation of the spiritual eyes, he could find that those auras actually had different colors. Each passage only had one color, and there would never be two colors. If there was a second color, there would definitely be a fork in the road. Yan Chutian did not know what this meant, but almost instinctively, Yan Chutian felt that he should not walk around casually. Instead, he should choose a certain color aura and move forward along it. And he did not know if Yan Chutian's instinct was correct, but as he moved forward along the purple aura, he found that this aura was constantly being cut off. In other words, this purple aura was guiding him forward. From this, Yan Chutian could completely make a reasonable guess. It was probably the same for the other colors as well. As long as he kept moving forward along a certain color aura, it would be the correct way to pass the checkpoint. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian could not help but worry about Qiu Yu and Luo Shui. If they also encountered the same situation as him, he really did not know if they could find a way to pass the checkpoint like him. After all, they did not have spiritual eyes. However, Yan Chutian knew that no matter how much he worried, it was unnecessary. After all, he could not find them. Therefore, with a little worry in his heart, Yan Chutian quickly calmed down and continued to focus on moving forward along the color aura, searching for his own opportunity. Following the color aura and moving forward, if one did not have spiritual eyes, Yan Chutian was like a headless fly running around randomly. And after moving forward like this for about an hour, Yan Chutian finally found the difference in the surrounding situation. He had walked into a long passage, and there were no more forks in the road, only the path in front of him. Yan Chutian knew that he should have passed the checkpoint on the first day. After moving forward for more than 15 minutes, Yan Chutian finally saw the end of the passage in front of him. There was actually a stone door. This stone door was also strange. On the simple and unadorned door, there was a glaring blood-red word that seemed to have been carved with fresh blood. Death. For a moment, an extremely strong smell of blood rushed to his face. Even Yan Chutian felt a little nauseous. He knew why such a blood-red word could have such a strange side. It was because this blood-red word was probably formed by the blood of countless people, and the owner of the blood must have died a tragic death. Such a blood-red word that was not even the size of an abbot could be said to be a river of blood. Such a scene made Yan Chutian think of the ruins when he first entered the ancient ruins. There were many corpses there, and they were full of resentment. Obviously, they were unwilling to die a tragic death. Between the two, could there be any connection? However, Yan Chutian knew that he could not think of anything by thinking like this, so he did not waste time thinking about it. Instead, he directly stepped forward and walked to the stone door. Chapter 258. It was a stone door, but the word death was engraved on it, dripping with blood. A strong smell of blood spread out. Not to mention ordinary mortals, even some cultivators might not be able to resist it. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying killing intent this word contained. And the closer he got, the more clearly Yan Chutian could feel the majestic blood qi nurtured by this word. So much so that he had to use his spiritual power to create a light curtain in front of the stone door. Otherwise, he might not be able to block this majestic blood qi. Then, Yan Chutian slowly stretched out his arm and pressed on the stone door, wanting to push it open. However, just as his hand pressed on the corner of the stone door, suddenly, a pale, bloodless palm was placed on his arm. Yan Chutian hurriedly looked over and saw a middle-aged woman looking at him with longing eyes. However, before she could say any words, a sharp bronze spear pierced through her abdomen, causing her to spurt out a large amount of blood mist. She fell softly in front of Yan Chutian's eyes. This sudden scene caused Yan Chutian to be a little stunned. He looked around and there was no longer any stone door around him. Blood mist was flying everywhere, dripping with blood. Flames were burning in all directions, just like purgatory in the human world. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out, and a bronze spear shot out from nowhere, ruthlessly piercing through a middle-aged man with an extraordinary cultivation base, and nailing him to a stone pillar. And no matter how unwilling the middle-aged man was, the seemingly ordinary bronze spear nailed him to death, and he would never be able to break free. At the same time, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, the bronze spear that pierced through the woman's body in front of him was slowly pulled out. Dark red blood flowed down the body of the spear, and it was extremely bloody. "Kiki, my spirit, will definitely..." Amidst the bloody massacre, cold and hoarse laughter rang out. Hearing this hoarse laughter, Yen Chutian suddenly felt extremely disgusted. It was as if this was the thing he hated the most in his life, even to his soul, and it could never be erased. However, no matter how much Yen Chutian loathed it, he could not see the source of the hoarse laughter. He could only see what seemed to be a mass of black fog pulling out the blood-stained bronze spear, and then crazily slaughtering again. Suddenly, Yen Chutian's sleeves were pulled once again. This time, he lowered his head to take a look, only to see a petite figure curled up under him. The little girl was trying her best to stretch out her arms, opening her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, before she could utter a single word, a bronze spear shot over from afar and pierced through the little girl's body. Scarlet blood gushed out and dyed Yen Chutian's entire face red. "Hoo-hoo!" Yen Chutian panted violently. After he panted, when he raised his head again, the scene around him changed back to the passageway and stone door. The blood and fire had disappeared. Then he quickly pulled back his arm, as if he had been electrocuted. Yen Chutian was not an idiot. When he came back to his senses, he naturally knew that the scene just now was most likely the source of the blood on the stone door, the memories of those who had died tragically. Yen Chutian did not know what had slaughtered them all. The only feeling he had was that he hated those things. Even if he did not say that he hated them as if he was born, Yen Chutian could not forgive what they had done. There were many experts among those who had been slaughtered, but even more were low-level cultivators and even mortals. But even so, the other did not let them go. How could he not be angry? For a long time, Yen Chutian could not calm his emotions. Only after a long time did he gradually recover. No matter what, he did not know how many years ago things had happened. Even if the current Yen Chutian was angry, there was no possibility of saving him. Yen Chutian even felt that even if he appeared in front of the other party with all his strength, he would only be slaughtered. After gradually stabilizing his emotions, Yen Chutian once again stretched out his hand and slowly pressed on the stone door. This time, there were no bloody memories from before. Even after that, Yen Chutian easily pushed open the stone door. The stone door was slowly pushed open. However, there was no rotten smell as Yen Chutian imagined. Instead, what entered his eyes was a stone platform that was about 5 feet tall. And in front of the stone platform, there was a stone tablet. Although the words on the stone tablet were ancient, it did not hinder reading. Therefore, Yen Chutian easily knew the contents of the stone tablet. If you want to pass on the stone platform, be burned by the earth core flame for a moment. The method to pass was very simple. Although it seemed to be simple, Yen Chutian clearly knew how terrifying the earth core flame was. The so-called geocentric flame was a scorching flame that was directly guided from the depths of the earth. This kind of flame was not comparable to ordinary flames. Not only could it burn the forest, it could even burn the spiritual energy metal. It could be seen how terrifying it was. It was not an exaggeration to say that not to mention ordinary cultivators, even cultivators who had practiced some body-refining techniques would not dare to endure the burning of the earth core flame, let alone for a quarter of an hour. But for others, Yen Chutian was eager to give it a try. Now that his mysterious young body was approaching the 3rd grade, he had a lot of confidence that he could withstand the burning of the earth core flame. Moreover, at this point, no matter what, Yen Chutian could not give up without trying. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he slowly climbed up the stone platform and sat on it. In an instant, rich mysterious yang qi continuously flowed from Yen Chutian's dantian to his limbs and bones. There was a mysterious fluctuation emitted from his body. It was as if no matter what kind of attack fell, it would not be able to damage his body. This was the mysterious yang body. At the same time, there was a constant movement around the stone platform. The originally sealed ground suddenly had a gap. Then, without any explanation, a red pillar of fire spewed out and directly surrounded Yen Chutian. Earth core flame. Although he had already expected the earth core flame to be terrifying, when it really came into contact with his body, Yen Chutian still felt an extremely hot burning sensation. Even if his body was close to the third-grade mysterious yang body, he could not completely resist this feeling. In almost an instant, all the clothes on Yen Chutian's body were destroyed. The earth core flame was like a spirit snake that wandered all over his body. Fortunately, Yen Chutian had already sealed his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Otherwise, even if he could resist the burning of the earth core flame, he would not be able to resist it if it invaded his body. Time sometimes passed like a white horse, and sometimes it crawled like a snail. Just like now, under the constant burning of the earth core flame, Yen Chutian only felt that time was passing very slowly. It was only a quarter of an hour, but it felt like a year. During this process, the burning power of the earth core flame did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, it became more and more terrifying. In the end, even Yen Chutian could not endure it. This was because his skin was showing signs of being burnt black. Blood was seeping out, but it was quickly evaporated by the earth core flame. This kind of pain, even if Yen Chutian could endure it, he could no longer suppress the painful groan in his mouth. The power of the earth core flame was too terrifying. It was not an exaggeration to say that the current Yen Chutian was like a mortal being burned in flames. How could it be easy for him to endure it? And because of the terrifying power of the earth core flame, many forces in the heaven realm would even use it as a torture method for interrogation. But of course, when facing a powerful cultivator, they would naturally use the earth core flame that was deeper in the earth. The closer it was to the legendary earth core, the more terrifying the power of the earth core flame would be. Finally, after what seemed like a century, after a quarter of an hour, Yen Chutian hurriedly fell down from the stone platform that was enveloped by the earth core flame. After Yen Chutian left the stone platform, the earth core flame around the stone platform dissipated. At this time, Yen Chutian's entire body was incomparably black, like a piece of coal. Moreover, it faintly emitted a burnt smell of meat. If others were to see it, they would definitely think that Yen Chutian had been burned to death by the earth core flame. However, if someone were to carefully examine it, they would be able to discover that under this charred appearance, there was clearly an extremely strong life aura pulsing. After an hour, with a sudden cracking sound, Yen Chutian's charred skin actually cracked open, and along with the cracking of the skin, an extremely white skin was revealed. Chapter 259. The old skin cracked, and under the black and smelly skin, white skin was revealed. This scene was like a caterpillar breaking out of its cocoon and glowing with new life. Crack, crack, the shattering sound continued to ring out. On the charred skin, eye-catching cracks continued to appear and spread in all directions. When the cracks were concentrated to a certain extent, all the black skin fell off with an ear-piercing cracking sound, and a brand new body was revealed to the world. At this moment, Yen Chutian opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. Being burned by the earth core flame was like a disaster, but in a way it was also like an opportunity. During the 15 minutes of being burned by the earth core flame, Yen Chutian constantly used the mysterious yang body to resist its terrible power. Although the process was painful, it coincidentally facilitated the process of tempering the mysterious yang body with the mysterious yang qi. Therefore, to be honest, Yen Chutian had now completed the initial tempering of the third-grade mysterious yang body, and the time required for this was almost twice as fast as Yen Chutian's original estimate. Misfortune and blessing were interdependent. This sentence was best confirmed by Yen Chutian. After completing the initial tempering of the third-grade mysterious yang body, Yen Chutian was in a good mood. because the successful tempering of the third-grade mysterious yang body meant that his strength would rise by a small level. Next, he could also practice the third-grade mysterious yang qi and the mysterious yang body's power, the mysterious yang energy. While Yan Chutian was rejoicing, a hidden stone door at the back of this space automatically opened. Yan Chutian knew that he had passed the second test, and now he had to face the remaining tests, or directly face the final opportunity. However, before he changed his clothes and stood up to step through the stone door, Yan Chutian's eyes slightly moved, and he couldn't help but turn back and look at the stone tablet beside the stone platform. The method to pass the second test was recorded on the stone tablet, and one could understand it at a glance, but now Yan Chutian wanted to do something. Although the words on the stone tablet were ancient, he knew them. Moreover, he knew formations, so he could easily cover up the traces of his hands and feet. Therefore, with such an excellent opportunity, how could Yan Chutian let it go? With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian quickly began to move on the stone tablet. However, he didn't forget about Qiu Yu and Luo Shui. He naturally didn't want his actions to harm the two of them. Therefore, after a series of actions, the meaning on the stone tablet changed to that of a man being burned by the geocentric flame for an hour, while a woman still had to be burned for a quarter of an hour before she could pass the trial. In this way, if someone else entered this place like him, there was a high chance that they would give up in fear. After all, not everyone dared to face the Earth Core flame head-on. Amongst those prided geniuses, there were extremely few females. At the same time, it would not harm Qiu Yu or Luo Shui, because this was the original rule. But of course, if someone really wanted to face the Earth Core flame head-on for an hour, Yan Chutian could only wish them good luck. His hands and feet were properly arranged, and he also used formations to conceal them. Perhaps this kind of action could not be hidden from many people who were proficient in formations, but there was no such person among those prided geniuses. Therefore, Yan Chutian was confident that he could hide it from countless people without anyone noticing. In fact, Yan Chutian did this because he wanted to trick Yi Xian, the young master of the Nether Ice territory. This was because Yi Xian had arrogantly tricked him in the Great Zhou auction house. Now, if he could trick him back, then he could finally vent his anger. In short, Yan Chutian arranged this place as if no one had ever been here. Only then did he step through the open stone door. As the stone door closed, this place became a place of eternal silence. Perhaps there really was such a rule as the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. Not long after Yan Chutian left, the sealed space opened up again, and the young man who walked in was none other than one of the famous young masters of the Nether Ice territory, Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced around hurriedly, and soon fixed his eyes on the stone platform in the center and the stone tablet beside it. Then he stepped forward and appeared in front of the stone tablet. The words recorded on the stone tablet were bitter and difficult to understand. Even the young master of the Nether Ice territory spent a lot of effort to understand it. Once he understood it, the young master of the Nether Ice territory suddenly changed his expression, because the way to pass the level recorded on the stone tablet was to endure the Earth Core flame for an hour on the stone platform. It was not that he did not know how terrifying the Earth Core flame was. Not to mention an hour, even a quarter of an hour was unimaginable. So how could he bear it? At the same time, Yi Xian felt a little indignant. The path of cultivation was about equality, and everything started from the same starting point. However, the stone tablet relaxed the requirement for women, saying they only had to endure the Earth Core flame for a quarter of an hour. It wasn't that the young master of the Nether Ice territory didn't have any doubts about such a strange record, but he couldn't find any flaws in it. After all, he didn't know much about the Array Tao, and even he couldn't understand these ancient characters. How could he suspect that someone was cheating? Most importantly, he believed that he was the first person to enter this place. Even if there was more than one passage, he would definitely be the one who went the deepest. This was his full confidence in himself. As one of the young masters of the Nether Ice territory, he really did not want to give up this place of opportunity under the stone platform. After all, when he was in the outside world, he had a feeling that this place might be a great opportunity for him to improve his cultivation and strength to a higher level. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, the young master of the Nether Ice territory finally made up his mind. He immediately jumped onto the stone platform and sat down with his legs crossed. As soon as he sat cross-legged on the stone platform, pillars of earth core flame immediately gushed out from the stone platform and condensed into a cage of fire to envelop him. Even the young master of the Nether Ice territory did not dare to take the terrifying flames lightly, because the earth core flame was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had used his strongest defensive means. Boundless spiritual energy gathered around his body, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor, making him look extraordinarily heroic. However, the golden armor resisted for only a moment before showing signs of being burned through. The originally dazzling golden armor quickly turned black. Moreover, even with this layer of armor, the terrifying temperature of the earth core flame seemed to be able to penetrate it. It still turned his body red and even black, which was a sign of being burned. Damn it! Yi Xian gritted his teeth and shouted. The temperature of the earth core flame was too terrifying. At this rate, he would be lucky if he could withstand it for a quarter of an hour, let alone an hour. Crack! While he gritted his teeth and shouted, the blackened armor on his body suddenly emitted a crackling sound. Even with the continuous supply of spiritual energy, it could not keep up with the speed of destruction, because the earth core flame could even burn spiritual energy. Helplessly, after enduring for a quarter of an hour, Yi Xian immediately took out a black card and crushed it. As the black card was crushed, a black figure emerged and floated behind him. Then, the earth core flame seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and could no longer approach Yi Xian's body. Even so, there was no joy on Yi Xian's face, because this black card was his life-saving means. It should have been used in the face of a strong enemy, but now it was used up here. However, he also comforted himself. If even he had to use his life-saving trump card, then there was no need to think too much about other people. They would definitely not be able to pass this stage. However, even though he had used his life-saving trump card, under the burning of the earth core flame, the black figure was constantly becoming blurry. Obviously, the power of this trump card was constantly being consumed. At this time, if Yi Xian was distracted to observe his surroundings, he would find that a hidden stone door behind him had been opened. Even if he only glanced at it, he would definitely find something fishy. However, the young master of the Nether Ice territory could not find this point. Under the constant burning of the earth core flame, how could he be distracted? Instead, he was trying his best to think of a way to resist it. Finally, more than half an hour had passed, and Yi Xian's life-saving trump card was completely used up. The black figure dissipated at the right time. After losing his life-saving trump card, the young master of the Nether Ice territory immediately fell into an unprecedented torment. Perhaps at first, he could still resist, but as the earth core flame continued to burn through his protective spiritual energy, he could not help but scream and cry, even though he had always been in a high position and elegant demeanor. Chapter 260. When the miserable howls gradually stopped, he looked over and saw a wretched figure lying on the ground beside the stone platform. This figure was none other than Yi Xian, the young master of the Nether Ice territory, who had always been very impressive. However, compared to before, he did not have the slightest demeanor of a genius. Not only was his skin burned into a mess, but even his flesh was burned. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a serious injury to him. However, despite suffering such serious injuries, Yi Xian did not panic. He slowly took out a medicine bottle from his storage space and swallowed the elixir inside. As he took the elixir, the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not hard to imagine that the elixir he took must be very valuable. Perhaps only a young master like him could have it. When his injuries were almost healed, Yi Xian took out a new set of clothes, put them on, and sat down cross-legged. Even though he had taken the elixir, the damage caused by the earth core flame was too great. Therefore, he had to sit cross-legged for a long time before he could fully recover. It was impossible for Yi Xian not to feel heartache when he had to pay such a huge price to pass the second stage. However, he felt that it was all worth it, because even he could not pass the second stage, let alone the disciples of other forces. In other words, it was very likely that he would get the final opportunity without being disturbed. If so, how could it not be worth it? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face could not help but reveal a big smile. The biggest opportunity under this stone altar would definitely be his. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who did not know that he had taken his revenge, went deeper into the passage again. As he went deeper and deeper, the space in front of him kept expanding. Moreover, there was light in the originally dark space. This made him realize that he was not far away from the third stage, or even the end. As he approached the source of the light, a spacious hall finally appeared in front of him. The hall was magnificently decorated. Even after so many years, it was still well preserved, which was amazing. The source of the light was the hundreds of luminous pearls embedded in the dome of the hall. This kind of night pearl might not be much to Xiuzhe, but its rarity was astounding. Otherwise, it would not have been described as hard to find. At the same time, there was no aura of decay in the hall, because there was a spirit spring constantly flowing in the center of the hall. The spirit spring surged, accumulating into a spirit pool, bringing out a large amount of pure spirit qi. This spirit qi nourished the countless spirit plants planted around the spirit pool. Looking around, there was an extremely large number of spirit plants, and all of them were of extraordinary varieties. It was likely that even those first-rate forces would find it extremely difficult to possess such an expanse of spirit herbs. Even Yan Chutian would not be able to remain unmoved by such a large amount of spirit herbs. After all, if he could harvest all of them, it would be a huge opportunity for him. He might even be able to break through to the Yuanying stage, or even higher. But of course, this was a breakthrough regardless of the result. At the very least, if Yan Chutian did not solidify his foundation, he would not rashly break through no matter what. However, this did not hinder Yan Chutian's desire to keep all of the spirit essences. After all, he would rather benefit others than himself. However, just as Yan Chutian could not help but want to make a move, his sharp eyes suddenly saw that outside the expanse of spirit herbs, there was a stone tablet that had some ancient words recorded on it. 1 in 10,000. It was a simple line of ancient words, but it made Yan Chutian immediately raise his guard. He did not think that such a specially erected stone tablet would have any useless words recorded on it. It was very likely that it was reminding the visitor not to be greedy, or there might be a disaster. Even though this seemed to be just his own guess, Yan Chutian, who was always cautious, believed his own guess. He did not act rashly, but instead, his gaze swept across the spirit herbs. Since it could only be 1 in 10,000, he naturally had to find the spirit herbs that Qiu Yu needed, and not just for himself. There were many spirit herbs, too many to count. With just a glance, Yan Chutian caught a glimpse of dozens of categories. Among them, there were even demon-grade heavenly treasures. Spirit herbs, even if they were only spirit herbs with one pattern, were very useful to Yan Chutian. However, even if they were spirit herbs, Yan Chutian only glanced at them, then looked away and continued to search. Perhaps God did not have the heart to disappoint Yan Chutian. After his gaze swept around, finally, in an inconspicuous corner of the spirit herb garden, he found what he had been searching for. Looking at it, it was only a palm-sized black mushroom. It had no luster, and there was not much spiritual qi emitted. It was very ordinary. However, Yan Chutian locked onto it at a glance. With his keen spiritual sense, he was sure that he was not wrong. This was the spirit mushroom of earth. The spirit mushroom of earth, not to mention how precious it was a rare spirit herb. After all, the mushroom's growth required parasitic giant trees or other materials. The spirit mushroom of earth could only grow on dead cold spirit herbs. At the same time, during the growth process, it must not be exposed to sunlight, otherwise it would easily wither and die. All of these contributed to the rarity of the spirit mushroom of earth. Originally, Yen Chutian thought that this spirit mushroom of earth would be the most difficult spirit herb to find next to the Tao sculpting lotus. Who knew that he would find it now? Since he saw this spirit herb, Yen Chutian naturally put it in his bag immediately. After putting away the spirit mushroom of earth, Yen Chutian did not look at this spirit herb again, let alone pick it. During this process, the whole spirit herb garden was very calm, without any wind blowing the grass. It seemed that Yen Chutian's worry was purely unnecessary. But even so, Yen Chutian still had no intention of continuing to pick it. Instead, he slowly raised his eyes and looked behind the spirit herb garden and the spirit pool. At the back of the hall, there was a high platform, and on the high platform, 3 round stone boxes were quietly suspended. The brilliance of the 3 stone boxes was restrained, and no movement came out. When Yen Chutian stepped on the stone platform, he found that there was a square card lying quietly beside each stone box. An ancient word was engraved on the card. Fire. On the stone boxes there were also short words inscribed, namely spirit art, array, and spirit veins. This made Yen Chutian a little stunned. Could it be that these stone boxes also only had one choice? After pondering for a moment, Yen Chutian felt that his guess was mostly correct. What was inside the stone box should be something that corresponded to the engravings on its surface. However, he didn't understand what the square tablet engraved with the word fire on the side of each stone box was. Yen Chutian had a lot of doubts, but this did not prevent him from making a choice. He didn't care about spirit art or array. Only this spirit vein stone box aroused a little interest in him. Could it be that the things in this stone box could help him condense spirit veins? If that was the case, the value of this box was too great. Therefore, in the end, Yen Chutian stretched his arm towards the spirit vein stone box. Almost at the moment his arm stretched out, the spirit vein stone box and the square card beside it took the initiative to jump into his palm. The moment Yen Chutian grabbed these 2 things, an inexplicable power of space surged and directly teleported him out. Light and shadow flickered. When the scene in front of him gradually became clear, Yen Chutian realized that he was already on the stone altar in the outside world. His eyes moved slightly, and soon a beautiful figure not far from the stone altar came into view. This beautiful figure was none other than Luo Shui. In addition to Luo Shui, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that there were many figures and auras around him, and they were waiting like her. Yen Chutian didn't have to think too much to understand that these people should have failed and been directly teleported out. At the same time, it seemed that Luo Shui's luck was not good, and she actually failed so early. The truth was almost the same as Yen Chutian's guess. These people all failed or directly gave up at the first or second stage. Some people left directly after they came out, and the rest were naturally waiting for their companions. Seeing Yen Chutian appear, these people no longer paid attention to him. This was because of Yen Chutian's cultivation level. These people really didn't pay much attention to him. After all, there were geniuses among them who were first-class forces. In their opinion, it was just that this person was lucky and lasted a little longer, or directly hid, so he was only teleported out now. Chapter 261. Seeing the appearance of Yen Chutian, Luo Shui, who was walking towards him, was rather curious. She was curious about Yen Chutian's harvest in the underground space of the stone altar. Luo Shui had always been very confident in herself, not only in her cultivation, but also in many other aspects. But even so, she could not even pass the first test. It could even be said that she did not have a clue at all. It was not difficult to imagine how difficult it was. However, no matter how curious she was, Luo Shui did not ask anything. After all, this was his privacy. She could not ask if she was in his shoes. But in fact, her thoughts were not much different from those around her. Even if Yan Chutian had always been amazing, facing such a difficult test, what could he do? Besides, no matter how miraculous Yan Chutian was, he could almost be compared with the geniuses from the first-rate forces. But among those who had failed, how many geniuses from the first-rate forces had failed? Yan Chutian did not know what Luo Shui was thinking. But even if he knew, he would just smile and ignore it. He would not show off his own opportunities to others and try to prove something. That was tantamount to being too stupid. It was also very likely that it would arouse the greed of others and cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, even if he said it, those geniuses from the so-called forces who had preconceived notions would probably scoff at him and think that he was just playing to the gallery. Therefore, Yan Chutian just followed Luo Shui and waited in a corner not far from the stone altar, quietly waiting for Qiuyu to appear. At the same time, perhaps in the depths of the stone altar, in that strange space, Yi Xian's figure appeared in front of a large field of spiritual herbs. Even as one of the young lords of the realm of ice nether, his eyes flickered with astonishment as he stared at the treasures before him. It was not that he did not have a spiritual herb garden in the nether ice territory, but even the land of opportunities in the ancestral land did not have such a quantity and quality of treasures of heaven and earth. It was no exaggeration to say that this field of spiritual herbs was enough to make Yi Xian jealous and fight for it. However, just as he was about to lift his hand to pick the spirit herbs, his sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a plain stone tablet beside a large patch of spirit herbs. 1 in 10,000. Yi Xian repeated the words softly. The meaning recorded on the stone tablet was not difficult to understand. It was only when one truly understood it that they began to hesitate or struggle in their hearts. Could it be that he could only take one out of so many treasures of heaven and earth? Yi Xian was struggling internally, but he was not a wishy-washy person. After thinking about it over and over again, he finally chose to believe her. After all, as one of the young lords of the realm of ice nether, he found it hard to believe that the purpose of this stone steel was merely to mediate. Therefore, in the end, Yi Xian chose a treasure of heaven and earth of an extremely high grade and put it in his pocket. After keeping the heavenly treasure, he, like Yan Chutian, also looked at the spirit medicine and spirit pool. Yi Xian saw a high platform standing in front of him. This caused a wisp of joy to involuntarily appear on his face. Because as expected, this should be the final fortuitous encounter. However, when Yi Xian's gaze quickly locked onto the top of the high platform, his originally joyful expression suddenly stiffened. This was because there were 2 stone boxes floating at the top of the high platform. However, no matter how he looked at them, these 2 stone boxes were a little too far apart, as if there was originally one in the middle. This situation naturally made him immediately think, could it be that someone had come here one step ahead and taken one of the stone boxes? But how could that be possible? Apart from him, how could anyone pass the 2 tests, especially the second one, where he had to endure the scorching of the earth core flame? Even he had to use a life-saving item to barely make it through. Moreover, even if there was such a person, how could that person be faster than him? After all, he clearly remembered that among the so-called geniuses who had entered here, there were no forces from the other 5 major regions. How could the disciples of those first-rate forces compare to him? Yi Xian's expression was uncertain. It was really hard for him to accept the scene that had happened at the last step. Someone had actually walked in front of him without him noticing, and he had been completely unaware of it all this time? The thought of this made him feel like he had lost all faith. He could not help but want to smash mountains with his palm. Yi Xian could not believe his own guess, so in the end, he even came up with an explanation. There were only 2 stone boxes on the high platform, and there was no third one at all. Therefore, it was impossible for someone to arrive here before him. With this self-consolation, Yi Xian's mood was much better. He did not grit his teeth and flew directly to the high platform, appearing in front of the 2 stone boxes. Yan Chutian had taken away the spirit inscription in the middle of the 3 stone boxes, so the remaining 2 boxes were naturally the spirit technique and the formation. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have to think much about his choice. He immediately grabbed the spirit technique stone box. What happened next was the same as what had happened to Yan Chutian before. The stone box and the square card engraved with the word fire jumped into his hand. Then the power of space quickly surged and directly sent him out of here. In a moment, Yi Xian appeared on the stone altar outside, in front of everyone's eyes, including Yan Chutian's. As if he had yet to recover from his shock, Yi Xian did not put away the stone box and the square card even when he appeared on the stone altar. This caused many people to notice this scene, and they could not help but reveal shocked expressions, because this immediately made them think that the young master of the Nether Ice Realm had returned with a full harvest. At this moment, even Luo Shui secretly revealed a hint of envy in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She had returned with failure, but the other party had gained something. And with his identity and strength, perhaps this was not all of the opportunities in the end, but it was definitely a part of them. However, while everyone was envious and amazed, only one person had a very strange expression, and that was Yan Chutian. Because he clearly saw the words engraved on the stone box and the square card in the young master of the Nether Ice Realm's hand. They were spirit technique and fire. This immediately made Yan Chutian's expression become somewhat interesting. Could it be that the young master of the Nether Ice Realm had taken the same path as him? If that was really the case, then, what are you laughing at? Luo Shui asked curiously because the guy beside her was in a very strange mood. He seemed to be laughing but not laughing, and he was desperately covering his mouth. She had always been a cold person, but she could not help but ask curiously. But of course, this was also because the person beside her was Yan Chutian. Otherwise, if it were someone else, she would probably still be indifferent and ignore them. Ahem. Hearing his words, Yan Chutian tried his best to suppress his smile, but when he saw the arrogant appearance of the other party receiving the attention of everyone, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He had no choice but to cough a few times to control his emotions. Although his relationship with Luo Shui wasn't that close, they were still friends, so he didn't mind sharing this matter with her. However, just as Yan Chutian was about to speak, a man and a woman appeared almost at the same time on the stone altar. One of them was Qiuyu, whom Yan Chutian and Luo Shui had been waiting for, and the other was none other than the disciple of the Nether Ice Realm who had followed Yi Xian. Therefore, the two of them naturally rushed to the sides of their respective people. Seeing Qiuyu rush over with a faint smile, Yan Chutian knew that she had gained a lot. Otherwise, she would not have such an expression at this time. Just like the disciple of the Nether Ice Realm, whose face had been gloomy all this time, it was obvious that he had encountered a difficult situation. However, Yan Chutian did not ask much. At this time, since everyone had arrived, he immediately called the two of them to go in the direction away from the mountain range. At the same time, looking at the face of the disciple of the Nether Ice Realm who had rushed to his side, he asked calmly, "You failed." Hearing this, the disciple of the Nether Ice Realm looked ashamed, but more than that, he was deeply angry. He immediately gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it! I don't know which bastard did something to the stone tablet in the second level. Even though I saw through it later, I still suffered the pain of being burned by the earth core flame for a quarter of an hour. Therefore, before the last batch of spiritual herbs, I only thought that the stone tablet was deliberately mystifying. Who would have thought that after picking one more spiritual herb, I would be directly transmitted out?" The disciple of the Nether Ice Realm was really angry. If someone had not done something to it, how could he have failed? Chapter 262. What did you say? The stone tablet of the second level was tampered with? Yi Xian's expression changed dramatically. He could not believe what he had just heard. His roar stunned the disciple of the Nether Ice territory. He did not know what had happened. However, he would not hide anything, so he told the truth immediately. That stone tablet had been tampered with. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they would only have to endure the earth core flames roasting for 15 minutes. But that damned bastard changed it so that men would have to endure the earth core flames roasting for 1 hour. The disciple of the Nether Ice territory gnashed his teeth in anger. If it were not for the fact that someone had tampered with the stone tablet, he would not have had to bear the burning of the earth core flame for an extra quarter of an hour. That was the earth core flame. For a quarter of an hour, he felt as if he had been trapped in hell. He would rather die than live. And it directly led to his suspicion in front of the spiritual herb field. As a result, he was directly transmitted out. Otherwise, he would have been able to go up and have a look at the final platform. However, this disciple of the Nether Ice territory did not know that while he was gnashing his teeth in anger, the young master beside him, Yi Xian's face had become extremely gloomy, so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. The disciple beside him had told him everything. How could he not understand that he had also been tricked? And he had not realized it until just now. Thinking about it, Yi Xian wished he could tear the guy who had tampered with the stone tablet into pieces. If it were not for him, he would not have been able to bear the burning of the earth core flame for an hour, and he would have had to use a life-saving trump card and a spiritual elixir. At the same time, it was no wonder that one of the stone boxes on the final platform seemed to be missing. It was not an illusion. That damn guy had taken the initiative. The disciple of the Nether Ice territory finally noticed the great change in the young master's mood. Even if the other party did not say anything, he still felt a great anger. He could not help but wonder why the young master was so angry when he was the one who had been tricked. Senior brother Yi Xian, you, the disciple of the Nether Ice territory, asked in a low voice. However, Yi Xian had no time to answer him. With a gloomy face, he immediately raised his gloomy face and scanned the surroundings with a gaze as sharp as a blade, as if he wanted to tear everything into pieces. He did not want to miss anyone he saw. However, no matter how hard the young master of the Nether Ice realm searched, he couldn't find them, because Yan Chutian and the other two had already left. Half a day later, in a certain valley, Luo Shui's expression changed drastically as she listened to Yan Chutian's narration. She had never expected that Yan Chutian, who should have returned empty-handed, would have obtained such a great opportunity. Moreover, it was very likely that he had tricked the young master of the Nether Ice realm. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause countless people to be so shocked that their jaws would dislocate. After all, that was a young master of the 5 major regions, yet he had actually been manipulated by Yan Chutian to the point of not being able to do anything. At the same time, Qiu Yu's expression was calm. She only smiled faintly. This kind of situation was too normal for her. Even if he was a young master of the 5 major regions, so what? He was just a cultivator with a slightly higher cultivation base and talent. After that, the 3 of them sat down in silence. They had already planned to rest here for the night and continue their journey the next day. After that, they would probably be aimlessly searching for opportunities again. The curtain of night quickly descended. Not long after the curtain of night fell, Yan Chutian slowly stopped cultivating. Next, he did not care about Qiu Yu and Luo Shui. He immediately took out the stone box and square card he had obtained. While he was doing this, Qiu Yu, who seemed to have sensed something, opened her beautiful eyes and slowly glanced over. Then, with a slight movement of her jade-like hand, a stone box and square card suddenly appeared. Although they were both square cards and stone boxes, Yan Chutian could see that Qiu Yu's stone box was engraved with the word spiritual medicine. At the same time, The square card was also engraved with the word mysterious instead of fire. However, Yan Chutian had already expected this because when they were talking earlier, Qiu Yu had also told him about her experience. The second obstacle she encountered was to withstand the heavy pressure of the mysterious heavy water. The mysterious heavy water was a kind of spiritual water that had a huge pressure. Even if it was just a cup of water, it might have 1,000 kilograms of weight. It was truly terrifying. After passing the test of the mysterious heavy water, she directly entered a space. There were no spiritual medicines in that space. Instead, there were many spiritual weapons. However, for spiritual weapons, Qiu Yu naturally disdained them. She simply went up to the final high platform and chose the stone box with the spiritual medicine. Seeing Qiu Yu taking out these two things, Yan Chutian couldn't help but look forward to it because Qiu Yu didn't say what spiritual medicine was in the stone box. Therefore, this naturally made Yan Chutian look forward to it. He was looking forward to whether it would be the remaining two treasures or even the Tao sculpting lotus. However, just as Yan Chutian was looking forward to it, Qiu Yu turned her small hand directly, and an inconspicuous blood-colored Ganoderma entered the former's sight. At the same time, the open stone box was already empty. Obviously, this blood-colored Ganoderma was the original thing in the stone box. However, this blood-colored Ganoderma obviously disappointed Yan Chutian. Although this blood-colored Ganoderma was also very valuable and high-grade, it was not the two treasures that Qiu Yu needed after all, let alone the Tao sculpting lotus. However, just as Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu were both calm, there was a sudden exclamation from the side. The tone was full of surprise. This is a blood-colored Ganoderma? There were only 3 people present. Who else could the owner of this exclamation be other than Luo Shui? Yan Chutian was already experienced. At a glance, he could see that this blood-colored Ganoderma must be extremely important to Luo Shui. It might be a necessary item for practicing some spiritual spells or cultivation method. Unfortunately, this blood-colored Ganoderma did not belong to him, but to Qiu Yu. No matter how stupid Yan Chutian was, it was impossible for him to persuade his woman to give the treasures she found to another woman. This was tantamount to courting death. The real situation was indeed similar to what Yan Chutian thought. Luo Shui practiced a spiritual spell called Snow Spirit Body. This was a spiritual spell for refining the body, and the most important auxiliary spiritual medicine was the blood-colored Ganoderma. However, after searching for a long time, she either found nothing or the rank was too low. She was unable to find a satisfying blood-colored Ganoderma. However, she would never have thought that after searching for so long, she would suddenly catch a glimpse of the blood-colored Ganoderma. Even though she saw it, Luo Shui's heart still felt bitter. Even though the blood-colored Ganoderma she was satisfied with was right in front of her, she could not do anything because it was her own fortune. She asked herself honestly, if she was the one who obtained the fortune, she would not give it to someone else. However, Luo Shui would never have thought that just as she was feeling bitter, the blood-colored Ganoderma would suddenly appear right in front of her. Looking up, she saw the beautiful face of a young girl right in front of her. Meeting Luo Shui's surprised eyes, Qiu Yu did not show much emotion. As she turned her head, she pretended to be indifferent and spoke slowly. I can see that you really need this blood-colored Ganoderma. Since it is not of much use to me, I will give it to you. But Luo Shui's red lips wriggled. This blood-colored Ganoderma was a demon-ranked treasure. How could it not be of much use to her, who was only at the 4th level of the elixir? However, Qiu Yu wasn't lying. Due to her special condition, external forces didn't have much of an effect on her. Instead of saying that her cultivation was constantly increasing, it was better to say that her true strength was constantly recovering. Of course, this was only limited to when Qiu Yu was controlling this body. If it was Mu Wan, she would not easily hand over her strength. Thus, just as Luo Shui opened her mouth to speak, Qiu Yu's indifferent words directly interrupted her. I will give you the blood-colored Ganoderma. You don't have to feel that you owe me anything. That day you also bought 2 blood spirit stones for Yanchu. Since she had already said this, Luo Shui naturally could not say anything else and could only keep the blood-colored Ganoderma. Even though she still felt a little embarrassed, when she put away the blood-colored Ganoderma, her heart was filled with a thick sense of joy. With the blood-colored Ganoderma in hand, she could begin to cultivate her snow spirit body. Even if she did not reach the advanced stage of the snow spirit body, just the initial stage of cultivation would make her cultivation much stronger. Seeing such a happy scene, Yanchu Tian could not help but secretly reveal a smile. However, just as he revealed his smile, Chiu Yu's cold gaze swept over him, causing him to quickly retract his smile and look at the stone box in his hand. At this time, he was naturally curious about what was hidden in this stone box that was inscribed with spiritual inscriptions.